Can't lose, can't do like who's next. Splash through the basket, it's cash now. If it ain't me, it's bad best. Stack my dough and back bread. I'm on the roll like bad gas. Gas by the assets. I pass off your fact checks. I pay no mind, I'm way too busy getting cash checks. That's just a facet, and you can't make the fame last. I need a whistle to official to be in your gameplay. Fortunes and talents don't call us blessed. Trust to look stellar in a dollar dress. Loosen my collar, I'm on your neck. At first you fell from the sky. I rose up from the bottom in the dark. I'll never beg your pardon, I'm just making my way up. The deep end makes it shallow, fade no heart. Can follow who you follow, I'm alone on my way, bro.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is week number 2 of major number 3. We're looking to put as many points on the series point leaderboard as possible to try and make upper brackets or even lower brackets to keep the FNCS dream alive. Joining us here on the analyst desk, it is Kelly, it is Vivid. They will be talking us through all the things we will be seeing. My friends, welcome to the show and welcome to week number 2.
Let's go, Zeke. Let's go, Kelly. Qualifier number 2, round number 4. And I think the big thing to go ahead and mention here, Kelly, is that, of course, we again get blessed with those set lobbies. Of course, that big change that kind of came in for this FNCS. So we're going to be running those back. And I think both of us have already seen a lot of good things from some of our teams. And we can kind of predict how they're already doing in some of these set lobbies in grand finals.
Well, if you're going to talk about big changes, then we need to talk about the change that came in just a day ago. Of course, Nitro Splash is a huge proponent of the success and aggression that we saw from week 1, got a nerf, but we'll be talking more about that later. But Zeke, I can expect a little bit of difference from between week 2 and week 1 because of that change.
That's right. And we'll get into that. But first, there's actually something we wanted to take a moment to highlight for you that's kind of been flying a little bit under the radar. That's actually Forecast Towers. We've been seeing them make quite a big impact on competitive, but let's start simple. Baseline, what's a Forecast Tower?
Yeah, I mean, to go ahead and reiterate there, Zeke, right? Like, Forecast Towers have been in competitive and a big part of the game for so long now that we often don't really talk about them now all that much because they kind of fly under the radar. But Forecast Towers are a big piece of how some of our competitive players find an advantage. And how they work is basically there's going to be a couple of Forecast Towers that spawn each game. And around 6 minutes in or during second zone, you're going to have 3 NPCs that spawn, and once you take them out, you're going to go ahead and get a card that you can plug right into the Forecast Tower console, as you just saw on screen right there. And that, Kelly, is of course going to grant you and your teammates Forecast.
But what exactly does Forecast look like? Way back when it used to be an augment, but now it's something provided with the towers. And it gives a lot of teams the advantage that they are looking for when it comes to rotations. And let's actually pull up a map to show what it would look like. For teams going into a zone, it would look a little something like this. A big circle in the northeastern portion of the map right there. And that's what everyone else sees. But what someone with Forecast would see is a much smaller, the next zone actually earlier on.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're kind of watching streams out there, you'll see some of our players like Clix and Vino. They are very frequent in going for those forecast towers. That next circle that other teams are not able to actually see, right? It's going to be like kind of flashing, and it's going to be a little bit gray color. And so if you see that kind of happening on some of those streams out there, that is, of course, an indication that they are able to see the next zone further than any of the other competitors.
But not all towers. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Kelly. You first.
I was just going to say not all towers are created equal because there's different spawn rates for the towers that we have. And at one point we had 6 towers earlier on in this chapter, but now those have gone on to just 5 towers throughout the map, most of them in the center portion. But of course, there's one in a oh-so-convenient spot for our top duo from last week, Clix and Vino.
And as you can see right here on the screen, the percentage chance for some of these forecast towers to actually go ahead and spawn. And a big part of the strategy for a lot of our teams is, of course, when they're flying in from the battle bus, you can physically see whether or not a forecast tower is there. So early on in the game, our teams will definitely be gathering up information to dictate what they will be doing further on in the game. But for Vino and Clix, 80% chance, most of those games are going to be able to play around that forecast tower. And what that kind of looks like is exactly what Veno is doing right there, staking claim on the hill just outside of their POI that overlooks that forecast tower, so that way they can always see if any of the teams are kind of rotating towards that. And if they are, Kelly, they can take some easy shots.
That is right. Not just easy shots right now, but easy rotates into the mid and late game. And we saw just how successful grabbing the tower was for Clix and Vino. They were able to claim it in games 1 and 2. And wouldn't you know it, they got first place in both of those games.
Huge stuff from them. But as all things in Fortnite, sometimes you can kind of get outplayed by the doings of others. And in game number 3, like you mentioned, they weren't actually able to go ahead and get the forecast tower, because when there's these kind of set strategies, or when all of these players can kind of see if those towers are going to be spawning, they all know that as well. So forecast towers, it's kind of like a race to go ahead and get there first. And in game number 3, Clix and Veno, they got into a little bit of an early fight and just got beat to the punch by Edgy and Death.
So this advantage, right? Just to clear myself up here. Forecast tower, NPCs, boss. We get a card, we get forecast. And now you're saying it's a race to the forecast. So we go into these games. Is it just that cut and dry? It is like you go in, if someone else beats you to the punch, okay, we just got to figure something else out? Or is it like, no, this is too valuable, we must fight over this?
No, I think most of the times, typically it's just a race there, right? If a team can kind of get there first, kind of establish a base, build a bunch of brick metal around the forecast tower and around those NPC spawns, then most likely a lot of teams will kind of just let them have it.
And even teams that are able to claim forecast tower, a lot of it becomes to how you're able to utilize it later on. So the team that took it away from Clix and Vino, Death and Edgy, only placed 36th place compared to the first places that Clix and Vino got in games 1 and 2. So it's not always if you get it, it's how you use it.
Gotcha. Makes sense to me. Okay. Now we'll continue the conversation, but first, we just wanted to give a little welcome, if you will, to our casters. It's MDF and the best taco. Friends, say hello.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We are gearing up, of course, taking big steps closer and closer to this qualifier this weekend. Taco, I mean, we have a lot to look forward to, right? Changes in the game. The meta's going to shake up a bit. New strategies being introduced. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious elephant in the room is going to be that nitro shift that we saw take place on Saturday throughout the open rounds. We definitely noticed that there was a much heavier impact as far as how the mid and late game was actually affected. I saw a lot of players able to essentially play med kits for slightly later rotations, taking up more of that storm damage. And you just know that if your shield gets cracked, it's not instantaneously game over, since that nitro shoulder bash now shifting from 300 damage to structures down to 90. And so I'm really excited about that. But the other thing I've really got my eye on, MDF, is what's taking place at Redline Rig, because with the nitro shift, I don't think Brutal Beachhead and the Megalodon medallion is all that heavy a priority in comparison to the Machinist medallion that can regen you up to 75 shield. And knowing that Peterbot and Pollo are in full control of that area uncontested, this is very reminiscent.
Yeah, it does shift things up. It does put a little bit of a focus down there as well. What's going to play out? How's it going to go? Is this going to be something that at least they can, play into their favor somehow, of course, right? When focus starts to shift on the battlefield, things also do change as well. So we're looking forward to the new changes for this qualifier. So Zeke, we're excited for some gameplay to come.
Bro, me as well. And reminder, this is week number 2, right? We only have 6 games. So either we're looking good, or we have enough series points and we're fine, or we need to put everything on the table, put a few puzzle pieces together, and try and make a spot in that series points. Now, speaking of said series points, why don't we talk about that? Kelly, can you talk to us about the series point leaderboard? Maybe there's fans out there that they're like, Zeke, what did you just say? What is that? I don't know what that is. Let's help them up.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about what series points is before I break down what the semifinals are going to look like. So for the series points, by making it even to round 3, top 250, you're going to collect a few series points. Obviously, by making it to round 4, you're going to collect even more. The top 50 teams from the collective series points from weeks 1 and 2 will go to the upper bracket, whereas teams 51st through 250th will go into the lower bracket. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is that there has been a lot of dialogue recently of, is it actually important to make it to upper or lower brackets? And it was kind of something interesting that I didn't really ponder too much. So I actually dug in, and please, everyone, bear with me. There's going to be a lot of numbers that I'm going to be talking about over the next 90 seconds. But let's look into it. So even though the teams in the upper bracket only account for 1/5 of all the teams that are going to be going into the semifinals, 50% of the teams in Major 1 and 60% of the teams in Major 2 that made it to the upper bracket in day 1 made their way into grand finals. Now, if you look at the lower brackets, only 15% of teams from lower day 1 will be able to go into the upper bracket. And then if you look into lowers day 2, 85% of the teams, 170 of them, will lose their chance to make it into the grand finals and lose their opportunity to go into the global champions, which is obviously what we're looking for. And the reason that your team may not have collected enough series points in the open qualifiers might be the same reason that they struggle in open lobbies during the lower bracket as well, because it's open lobbies, whereas the upper bracket is going to be set lobbies. And then finally, in both majors this chapter, the best performance a team has done that wasn't in upper bracket day 1 was 12. And obviously, the big number that we're looking at right now is top 10, because those are the 10 teams that move on to the global champions. And yes, there might be some outliers. Obviously, Acorn and Cold aren't going to be in the upper bracket, but it's Acorn and Cold. I think we can expect them to make it into the grand finals. But I do think, as far as the numbers go, there is a big benefit to make it into the upper bracket.
Yeah, Kelly giving us some insight right there, Zeke. I don't know, kind of mind blown right now, but I think the thing to kind of take away from that is that, you know, the fact that being in the upper bracket can be a huge indicator of how well a team will actually do in grand finals, right? We're kind of looking towards the set lobbies and round number 4s between qualifiers 1 and 2 as indicators, but as Kelly kind of brings up, the series point leaderboard and where you place in terms of being in the upper or the lower bracket can also be a huge indicator.
Okay. So why don't we take a look at this? I'm thankful that you guys kind of like lay this out, right? Because when you look at the numbers, Kelly, it's so clear, right? Like upper bracket, definitely very good. That's where we want to stay. And this is not a nice little look at, you know, members of our community who have points on the series point leaderboard currently.
So not only is it teams that have collected some series points, but these are teams that are not yet 100% confirmed of making it into the upper bracket. And these are all the teams that we will also be seeing competing here today. So there is still chance for them to be able to collect some more points. And I don't know about you, Vivid, but there is some huge names here like Cam and Diminished, Blake and Macwood, Scented and Walkers.
Yeah, including like Skittles and Chubbs right there. And of course, these are teams that are going to be playing today for hopes that they can actually secure that upper bracket. But like you mentioned earlier, I kind of want to highlight it again. I mean, Acorn and Cold not making it into the upper bracket. Since they're not playing today, they are already confirmed to be in the lower bracket. So big storylines going into semifinals already.
And one more thing to note, Zeke, that I thought was kind of interesting, that the top 50 for series points in EU was 600 points. NA's 50th place team after just round 3 was 570 points. And I think that just goes to show how competitive North America has become. And that might be due to the fact that a lot of the teams or a lot of the players from Europe and Oceania have come over here. But I think it just goes to show that the NA's 50th place team only needs to get 30 more points to be able to even match EU's.
That's crazy. Kelly with the numbers, man, David. She's on another level. That is absolutely crazy. So with the 2 minutes here before we jump onto the battle bus, Taco pointed out something, and Kelly said something at the very beginning of the show. Nitro has changed.
Wow.
Last week, if you remember, you had Nitro. there was nothing stopping you. Any box you wanted in, boom, it was yours. But with the recent changes, let's talk about them numbers, Kelly. What have we seen those numbers change to?
Oh man, they've changed a lot. I've already been talking about a bunch of numbers, but let's add a few more to the mix here. Before, Nitro did 300 structure damage, and now it has been whittled down to a mere 90, not even able to break wood in a single go.
It's definitely not going to be completely useless, though. Of course, that 90 damage is going to be important. As I was watching the EU FNCS earlier today, and I saw a bunch of competitors, and this is the thing that's hard about competing in Fortnite. Everybody adapts so fast and kind of creates strategies that I saw a bunch of players just going ahead, dropping down on a wall, throwing a pickaxe swing in there, and then Nitro in, right? That combined damage is usually enough to go ahead and break into a wall that is currently being built up. But then, not to mention, Nitro still being used as a great rotational item because it does provide that unlimited tactical sprint.
That is wild. That is wild. So it's not like, this is it. It's not going to be used. It'll still have functionality, right? It'll still be prominent in the meta. It's just going to be like a little bit different. And I love, Vivid, that you point out how quickly players have adapted, right? To just see that change happen yesterday. And suddenly it's just like, bang, we figured it out. And now we get to see that in action here. Again, reminder, 6 games. If we're a duo outside of the lower bracket range, we have 6 games to change that. If we're in those lower brackets, we have 6 games to secure that top 50, which is the upper bracket like Kelly talked about moments ago. With that being said, though, I know you guys want to watch some Fortnite action. That's what we are here for. 6 games ahead of us. So let's jump on that battle bus. MDF, Best Taco, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And that's right, 6 games, 50 set duos here in these lobbies. It is going to be nothing but pure excitement here as we start getting ready. If last week was an indicator of what to look out for this week, that means these hybrid duos, of course, are going to be a lot of the teams that are going to be in focus here, Taco.
Yeah, I think that's kind of to be expected. I think a lot of people have been really excited, especially after how week 1 went for Clix and Veno. They're coming into this as a very clear favorite, but you can't sleep, man, because there is a lot of these hybrid duo teams and even just some straight up EU teams that I think could really look to get a piece of the action here today. So it's honestly just a lot of excitement that I'm really waiting to see how it all pans out for everyone.
And under the new season adjustments as well. So that is going to cause its own type of excitement and interest as we just start to see who can adapt, who's going to be the best teams. Let's jump on that battle bus. Here we have it, Taco. Qualifier number 2, game 1 is here. We have a lot to look forward to, a lot in store as teams are trying to fight their way towards the in-person event happening in just a couple of months. And there's only 10 spots, right? This is a very prestigious FNCS to perform well inside.
Yeah, but again, MDF, I think that for a lot of the players that are competing here today, especially some of our week 1 returners, most of the emphasis is going to be getting that set lobby practice in general. I think that most of these teams understand the fact, hey, we're pretty much confirmed for either upper or lower, but this is a new battle shaping up here at Grim Gate. Bucky and Okus actually beating Rapid out on the drop, forcing him to instantly fall to the bottom of Grim Gate, but Batman Booga, he's got coverage. Okus in a whole whirlwind of trouble now. And Batman Booga, he's done just enough. Okus not going to have that opportunity to initially try and key Rapid. In fact, now he's on the one just going for the full recovery tour. You see a little bit of Flowberry Fizz panning in his favor. But Batman Booga, he's got that hand cannon. That's also been another weapon that I think has really surfaced in popularity over the course of Opens this past weekend.
Pressure is on for Bucky and Okus to step up here. Saw from socials, Bucky talking about this is his week. He's taking it all away. Of course, hyping himself up. There's nothing like getting that pure self-confidence going. But at the end of the day, game 1 is the pace setter, right? It's going to set up your team for success of whether or not you can win this drop here. And honestly, this is a tough battle to be inside of because Batman Booga has control of the high ground right now. They have control of what would be the more dominant position, of course, over this general area. For Bucky and Okus, that means they're going to be conceding away a lot of loot here. So this is not a spot you necessarily want to split. We've seen teams come here and fight it out all the way through to the end, tooth and nail. Never truly splitting, but let's see how it plays out. On the other side, though, talk about those European teams that we want to keep focus on. Japco and Quanti have their work cut out for them as they're going head-to-head against such duo here. Blaha Mixon have gotten very comfortable down in this low ground area of the map, and you know what? They perform better when contested, being that they do well in these early game battles. So Quanti and Japco are both experienced, of course, but they're playing right into the hands of Blaha Mixon.
It's just 3 Europeans plus Quanti fighting over Research Rock currently. And again, whoever comes out on top here, sure, there's a little bit of bragging rights involved, but more so the development of the search strategy over time. And Mixon, slightly difficult position here. You can tell he wants to see if he can try and leverage an angle onto Yapko, but neither of these teams really having any sort of opportunity to get some real materials online for solid builds. Wood going to be the only thing that Mixon has to offer for the time being. Shieldbreaker EMP also going to be expended just to bust a shield bubble, but Quanti stealthy as ever. Slight rampage just to see if you can get a little bit of an overhead view, but again, right back to looting here at Research Rock. There is an okay amount of materials and resources to spread between one team, but 2 separate rosters fighting over not necessarily a shamble spot by any means, MDF, but at this point, it's really just about who's going to be able to actually get a solid rotation into Brawler's Battleground. And you still have to keep in mind, Dukes and Sphinx are a really experienced team. The fact that they're at Brawlers, the fact that they're probably hearing all these shots going off down at Research Rock, it's likely only a matter of time before the third-party opportunities start to come into play, and that could be part of the reason why we see Yapko and Quanti kind of just breaking off.
Yeah, jumping in with Noisy and Tony here. Completely different situation on hand. Noisy and Tony have what looks to be a pretty decent resource lead, but there's other teams rotating in. What is this? Jack on the run right now, so it seems like the focus has shifted for the duo that was here, and they catch a solo Cease right now, and there's just a lot going on right now. It's only a matter of time as Cass and Rojo pick up the loot here and come up with a set of eliminations here. That's a big point swing for them. They're going to be happy to get that, but what a little exchange going down the middle of the map.
Goes to show that even at drops where players are experienced, Cease and Jack, they've been landing at restored reels all season, and yet still encountering new problems. With every set lobby that occurs, you always have to expect the unexpected, right? You don't want to have to worry about your loot path being interrupted. Pollo and Peterbot, they've actually seemed like they've gotten a little bit in sights of Dukes and Sphinx. Pollo having fallen relatively low there, but Brutal Beachhead is bumping right now. Several different teams, possibly more, just trying to engage with each other. And for the time being, Shadow and Virgo do look like they're in a solid position. Decent amount of mats as well to offer here. Paco and Morteca, they're actually going to be some of the first two to escape. They can tell this is way too hectic, way too enclosed of a space, and entirely too easy for somebody else to essentially pincer us inside of the warship here at Brutal Beachhead. So far, the only eliminations we've been able to catch directly have just been Jack getting cleaned up. Of course, the tail end of things, but you can tell a lot of these teams trying to establish their surge really early on.
I like what Seth is doing right here, cutting off, getting right in front of not only the rotate, but the team here, Oreo and company nearby, as they were getting chased out from the storm. And you can see how many other teams are looking to set up and try to be the gatekeepers of the edge of this zone right now. It is not looking good. If you're one of the few poised inside the storm here, for Sentinel Walkers, it could have easily been them, but they're looking to just go ahead and get ahead right now, weighing their options. As we've seen teams stick around for less, options are going to start opening up here. Tag comes out from Sentin, nothing connects just yet. And the focus shifts to the resources. You know, Sentin really does have to get farm in there. He's got a little bit of metal, but everything else looking worse for wears. Meanwhile, Vino and Clicks doing what they do best, and that's setting up properly here in the mid game. If you've watched any of their live streams over the course of the week, you know that this is a very vocal duo, to say the least, as Vino has been trying to Yeah, I'll be diplomatic here. Vito's been the one trying to go ahead and call the shots here. So I think it really will just come down to whether or not, Clix can stay laser focused and by Vino's side.
I love their dynamic, though, because I think a lot of people can easily forget just how difficult it is to simultaneously be a part of content creation as heavily involved as like Clix's, for example, and then Benno as well. He's been throwing up some very consistent streams, and I love the fact that they frequently go for that forecast tower, because as the analyst desk highlighted earlier on during their segment, the tower just north of Snooty Station has about an 80% spawn chance. So it makes sense for Clix and Benno because they've got a plethora of launch pads and a bunch of those flaming boost hoops as well. So as far as their search strategy is concerned, because of the frequency of their rotates, due to all the mobility directly in their drop, they have a much easier time, I think, trying to acquire those surge tags, especially when there are teams contesting each other west of them towards that reclaimed villa territory. So they're able to get those tags online, and if they're able to secure the forecast tower like they were initially setting up for last we checked in, things could be looking really solid for them and being able to follow through on the rest of their positional options, because they do tend to be one of those teams I think that frequently looks for a dead side rotate. And that's usually Benno leading the charge, leading the shot calls, as you already pointed out.
Jump in now. The new duo here. Fanatics Agers, DT Rise. Got themselves a nice little sweet spot here. See Rise taking the head charge here. And then a Nitro comes out. Love to see teams utilizing this Nitro early on instead of waiting for later situations. Straight into the hoop here to hit the rotate here potentially, but no, instead they go for their solo towers they have set up, looking for Storm Surge, and that'll tell us a lot here. And yeah, look, Ager's positioned up on a cactus as well, so all the little things that'll start connecting the dots here before they make their big rotates. But there's no teams nearby. It's all long range here.
Yeah, but with the way that Agers and Rise have split their focus in these separate surge towers, Nitrodrome, it's a relatively mid-map location. Rise caught wind of someone a little bit northwest of his position, trying to see if he can connect some shots, and it's the same mindset here for Ritual and Rigby and Mordecai. They can recognize the fact that they're definitely under some pressure, but look at that massive surge tower even further west from where Ritual and Rigby Mordecai are located. That is a tough spot for Rigby and Mordecai. They're just kind of pinched right now. They don't want to give up freebie shots into their shield, but they might just have to. And Noah Plays also getting relatively chased out by Aviv and Booga, but it doesn't seem like Aviv is all that committed to the pursuit there. It's kind of just like one of those situations where they know eventually Noah will have to come to us regardless, and if not, he might just stroll into the clutches of Batman Booga. Booga and Aviv could potentially encounter Batman Booga as well here towards the underworld. You can see all these long ramps, small towers that have been situated, but Booga and Aviv, they are leading the charge from round 3, finished in first place after their strong performance yesterday. It's really just about maintaining that momentum here today.
Yeah, it seems like that's just it. Batman Booga with a huge ramp, having sight lines in on anyone moving in the air is going to put pause to all of their momentum. Where do Rapid and Booga take this next is the real question. We knew that they were contested here at the Underworld. It seems like that hasn't stopped them, though, from getting pretty situated. So maybe a little fortune and luck on their side, as their loadouts have come together relatively decently. I say so myself.
What excites me, though, about Batman Booga is that you got to consider that this is a player that was originally on, like 60 ping or so, recently moved to, I believe, the Dallas area to be able to participate in the zero ping endeavors. And ever since then, it seems like his performances have truly skyrocketed. And it has made a pretty substantial difference, not only in his performance, but in his reputation in the scene in general. So I think he's definitely a great player that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. And that's not to take anything away from Rapid either. Those two have definitely been working pretty seamlessly together since opens. And I'm just really excited to see how they managed to confirm their placements here today.
What happened here? Last we checked in with Aegis and Rise, they were so positioned, right, to farm up Storm Surge tags and really hold anyone who was trying to get to the rings to rotate. And instead, we find that Rise has been taken out, probably due to greed, if I had to guess, for Surge tags. Yeah, look, Ager's doubling all the way back, so it seems like the split for Surge didn't pay out, and Rise was caught off guard. Now Ager's going to have a lot more problems on his hands as he has to try to play for a mid-game revive here. That's going to be pretty tough to get that reboot. Meanwhile, on the other side, talking about pickups here, Cooper is down. Not fully eliminated just yet, but Kanata's going to have to ditch his friend here for a second and play pure offense and does an excellent job at it as well. Oh my gosh, just boxing up Bryce, turning things completely upside down here now. And Usain Bolt left to do exactly what his name entails. Get a run going for a second because Kanata is trying to do big work here. Great defense, though, is now we're in a one-on-one.
That was beautiful wall takes by Kanata. Not only that, but Usain has got to be careful because here's the third party that I was waiting for. Anytime you find yourself in a fight and you're not able to close it off clean, right now it's just a one-for-one exchange between two separate parties, but it's likely only a matter of time before some other contenders decide they want to get involved because, again, one of the most difficult aspects about any set lobby is just getting your surge strategy online. And for Kanata, it's even all the more difficult because, again, we know that he just lost Cooper. Same occurrence for Usain Bolt. But now, how do you leave this position with so many teams surrounding you and make it safely to a reboot ban in the first place? So for Kanata, the last thing on his mind probably is getting that reboot card off onto Cooper and bringing him back to the lobby, more so as it is escaping, hoping that Tony and Noisy, they seem a little bit more preoccupied with just chasing down Usain Bolts. He might have just been able to wriggle away, but even still, having to head back into the zone, back into the storm, it's going to cause so many problems because very dependent on whatever surge Kanata did just confirm off that elimination, and that having to essentially carry him through if he's able to get that pickup onto Cooper in the first place.
And good on Tony and Noisy. Just recognize that those were solos fighting there. That's one thing got to be wary of when taking those fights. But Bolt's is an excellent player. Into the storm he goes. He might just get his pickup, get his teammate back into the game. Meanwhile, Peter Boyo up against the likes of Tayson right now. And, of course, Iamzo here at the Rift Island. This is a very, very contentious area to be a part of right here. It's not only the battle for supremacy here at the Rift Island, but it's all the resources that get gathered here in the general area. Peter Boyo seem to be in full control of things, though, as they've captured the point. But Iamzo and Tayson not easing up. I wonder what's on their minds right now, forcing them to play so aggressively here.
Likely the fact that they've spotted out, hey, there's a medallion team and we want what they've got. So for Iamzo and Tayson, if they can get a hold of that machinist medallion, have that free shield regeneration, so they can split, share amongst each other when times get tough, because that's all that Peterbot and Pollo have been doing. And as far as war of attrition is concerned, Peterbot and Pollo definitely leaning a little bit more in their favor because they're forcing valuable resources, valuable shield to be expended consistently from connecting some solid shots. Not to mention that Mythic Combat Assault Rifle is great for holding height later on in some of those moving zones, for example. And we know how much Peterbot and Pollo love to try and control the high ground. So with the zone pulling in, Storm now becoming a slight problem here. Peterbot and Pollo, they're likely to make a pretty swift escape.
I just want to bring attention to the fact that Peterbot and Pollo not once split up from one another, whereas in the previous season, given that they had the powers of the other medallion to get infinite dashes, they played so differently. So we're just seeing stylistically Peterbot and Pollo, try something new, right? Which is a much more tempered type of duo engagement right there. Very interesting stuff. Start really diving into the styles of Peterbot and Pollo. Meanwhile, Cooper's back, Kanata's back, and they're running up the eliminations right here.
Could be a slight blessing in disguise. Seems as though that wasn't really a fight that they were trying to pick, more so a duo that came to them, possibly after having heard the sound of that reboot ban going off. But Kanata, he's toting all three of those bad boys. We know that he had the one earlier, but taking a second glance into exactly how that went down. And Max, they tried to dash into the box, but the reaction time from Kanata is just too good. There's a reason why he's commended so heavily for his mechanical prowess, and can't get a better example than that.
The threats in Epic weren't in conversation last week. Good to see Epic Whale here. Second qualifier. Lot riding here. That duo. And I'm actually more surprised at how much action is happening right now, given that we're in just the zone 6 and it's looking like an end game for real over here. On this side, teams are looking to start collapsing way on in, and we know it, they know it. Everyone here likely is here because they are intentional about looking for a battle right now. And you're going to get what you're looking for. As Sentit receives a punishing shot there. Walker's forced to play defensively here. And this is a very interesting duo right here. Talking about playstyles and dynamics. Walker's is a part of this newer generation of player. Very highly skilled, and he's poised up alongside one of the best, right? Sentit, of course, being the caller here, but no, the Surge experience not enough to get them through this difficult zone here. Pump and NPen also are going to fall here, and the numbers continue to rack up. This time it's Noisy and Tony, 5 eliminations now. And not only that, they're just barely damage-wise above the Surge, meaning that they must have had a tall hill to climb, and they answered.
But that's part of the problem as well, right? You've got 5 elims, and yet you are just barely outnumbering where that Surge threshold currently sits. Macwood, if he's not careful, locks up currently, but Noisy, all emphasis on that initial rotate. See the action only continuing to build. A lot of congestion as well, starting to pull towards the lower end of these hills here. Mira and Pink, they've got a decent box layout currently, but what they don't have is the damage behind it. They're both taking opportunities to spray. Quanti gets chopped. Unfortunately, no shots going to connect in their favor just yet. Miro trying to gauge, is there somewhere else I should be looking? But it's just so tough because their options at this point are getting even slimmer. They're going to have to get up close and personal if they can't find any of these mid-range distance shots. They know that there's a big battle taking place between Quanti, Virgo, and Shadow, as well as Yapko. And right now, Quanti and Yapko, they're getting kind of lobby focused. As the zone pulls in, Miro, Pink, they might have found their opportunity to strike. They see just within their clutches a prime opportunity for a pickoff, but as long as they're getting tagged by the Surge, they're just going to have to charge right in here, MDF. They don't have any more time to wait.
Miro must be so frustrated. Yeah, I was going to say, there's a down body right there. The tags that he needs literally right in front of him, and just having a very hard time with all that going down. They didn't find any action. And yes, sure, the Surge is turning off, but they know danger is sitting on their shoulders right now, and the zone doesn't stop here. They have to continue on through. Luckily, the Nitro, of course, is going to give them the unlimited sprint, and everything here, coupled with the Fizz, is going to give them a quick, swift rotate, but so are the other teams likely here as well. They're trailing just behind, so it's going to be all action here for Miro and Pink. They're sitting on top of what looks to be Clips and Vino just nearby, and other teams in the distance.
Everyone just so protective of their builds, though. So many separate huts taking place. Miro finally going to get some decent tags. And again, only 35 above. Pink holding down a separate angle, but checking back in with Peterbot and Pollo doing what they do best. Not going to waste any more time. Gatekeeper shotgun straight to the face. That's one way to confirm your knocks and eliminations, but I like what Aviv and Booga have done. They've claimed a decent amount of space more towards the dead side, this current zone. Question is whether or not they're going to be able to hold it, but with the zone pulling so far west, this could be prime pickings here for Pollo and Peterbot if they're able to crank up. A little bit low on their map materials, though. They're trying to take care of some of these teams on that ultimate low ground.
Yeah, even Chimp right there, the elimination, not enough, not really giving them much here. Peterbot eyeing up high ground. They have all the information they need. There are no teams really playing the mid ground right now. This is a very interesting end game, very different than you would normally see in the high ground team. Is below the surge. Yeah, talk about anomalies happening everywhere right now. Braids and visuals under the surge. Low material count to work with. Meanwhile, Ritual and Re are on fire right now. 6 eliminations, plenty to work with here. And the Hill holding them back, though.
Yamzo doesn't even get a chance to respond. Tayson's going to have to do it all by his lonesome. But yeah, this Hill, the way that the zone is pulled, has not done any of these players from the low ground any sort of favors. Tayson nearly had an opportunity, but look at the mega ramp of a lifetime. Benno and Clicks, they'll be the first ones to scout it. They're trying to chop it out, but leaving that half wall at it open just slightly too long. Braids and visuals, they will finally be forced down to at least a similar layer as everybody else, but they did have at least one more underworld dash to expend. No fall damage going to come into play just yet. They did also manage to secure themselves a few more tags, so they are above. Tayson unfortunately picked off in the congestion of the low ground. So hard for any of these players to maneuver all these pre-existing builds. It seems as though someone is hiding behind every single crook and crevice.
A lot of players still alive right now. 20 in the game, 13 duels remaining. Peterbot, Boyo falling there in 12 to the hands of another fresh team on the outside. Zooks and Bacon there on high ground now. Vino and Clicks, the master plan coming into fruition here. They have toppled high ground and now taken high ground almost effortlessly, as Braids and Visuals did not have enough material to do anything. But I do think Reet and Ritual are going to be the most dangerous team here to look out for, besides Vino and Clicks, who have the high ground right now.
Felt so bad for Visuals there for a moment. He's trying to get the med kit off. He's got a player pickaxing his wall. Ritual and Reet, though, they are doing a solid job just tarping forward through some of this low ground.
Nice.
Big shot onto Booga and Aviv. That combination of eliminations now going to give the perfect sort of material refresh. Rachel and Reet, they can just keep playing through the low ground. They have so many more mats to work with in comparison to everybody else.
Yeah, they found themselves so uniquely positioned here. Look, even Vino and Clicks are coming down desperately looking to get a little bit more mats, and they get punished for it. And in the end, it's a 2v2v2. Mason and Hound, very much experienced duo right here. It's a team that's been playing for season after season now. But I told you, if there was a team to look out for, it was going to be Reet and Ritual, who are now looking to snipe up the high ground, and Ritual is in full control. This is where he plays best. Vino and Clicks have a lot to worry about here now as Clicks dips into the storm, trying to play for a little bit more placement or something there to come out at the end. But it's looking like Reet and Ritual's game here to win.
Not only that, Reed still has 2 med kits if it comes down to it, but it seems as though the direct 2v2 might be enough to confirm.
Wow.
Mason actually going to convert this. He'll get the cleanup off of Hound's knock. Clicks actually picking up the other part of the puzzle. Clicks taking out Reed just sets up Hound and Mason to steal away game 1 for the victory royale.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When there is a solo player in an end game like that, you really have to be careful. They will determine who will win the game. Clicks points to high ground, says, you know what? I need a little get back there. And it allows Mason to just turn around that distraction and take full advantage here. Take a look at how he jumps straight to high ground and body slams Ritual without him even recognizing he was behind him. Mason and Howe with a very clean win. And yeah, sure, it was Mason's single Elin, but it was the most important one of the game. Congratulations to them for the first victory royale here of the day here for the second qualifier. Sauro, Mason, and Hal just put on a great showing there at the end.
Yeah, they did an excellent job, I think, even just hanging with Reed and Ritual as long as they did, because Reed and Ritual, they look so heavily in favor there, MPF, but that's just not always how the cookie crumbles. But we'll get more on the Game 1 breakdown right after this short commercial break.
Can't lose, can't do like who's next. Splash through the basket, it's cash now. If it ain't his bad bet, stack my dough and back bread. I'm on the rolling back, gas by the assets. I pass off your fact checks. I pay no mind, I'm way too busy getting cash checks. That's just a facet, and you can't make the fame last. I need a whistle to official to be in your gameplay. Four G's and talents, don't call us blessed. Trust it looks stellar in a dollar dress. Loosen my collar, I'm on your neck. At first you fell from the sky. I rose up from the bottom in the dark. I'll never beg your pardon, I'm just making my way up. The deep that makes it shallow, fade no heart. Can follow who you follow, I'm alone on my way, bro. So I'm who we are, who we are. We carry the light, the fight for life. So I'm who we are, who we are. Last place, they went missing. Got lost in my lane, I dismissed them. I want them, don't move, they don't listen. Now it's drastic, walking with a bang, ta-da. Salty like they bang, ta-da. Head up in my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade. I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. It's your boy Zeke. We got Vivid. We got Kelly here, and we just finished up game number 1 of week number 2. The victory route going over to Hound and Mason as a very chaotic game number 1 transpired. We saw high ground retakes. We saw 5 wide metal ramps being built. Chaos is here in NA, but a huge congratulations once again to Hound and Mason getting themselves the victory royale here in game number 1. That is momentum, Vivid, and we like momentum.
That's the stuff we love to see, right? It's kind of one of those games for Hound and Mason where patience paid off extremely well. I mean, we saw a bunch of high ground changes throughout that end game, but Hound and Mason's in the end were the ones to go ahead and take it. just the right time to actually secure that victory royale. And it's a pretty awesome one as well, right? Because it looked like Reed and Ritual, they had so many materials from all of the eliminations they had. Mason and Hound, they had no builds to work with. But the Fizz, Kelly, they just used the Fizz, sneak up on the higher ground team and get some great shots in.
And you could see that Reed and Ritual were kind of looking in the front and downwards, where Mason and Hound actually went around the sides and were able to kind of sneak up on them. And then, of course, speaking of sneaking, Clicks with that elimination against Reed, you kind of have to wonder, would have gone a little differently if Clicks was not a part of the equation. But regardless, it was a great performance from all top three of our teams.
Yeah, just watching kind of all that happen, right? I think it all began when Braids and Visuals decided we're going skyward. We're just gonna build a metal ramps, and that's gonna take us up into the sky. And then good luck everybody else. What a wild game number one. We also saw things like plays being made by Peterbot and Poyo, right? Remember last week we didn't have the chance to see them, but now they are back. They are here, and though they're already qualified to global championships, it's still great to kind of see them in action.
Quick note, we actually didn't see two big name teams last weekend that we will be seeing this week. And of course, Peterbot and Poyo being one of them, and Kanata and Cooper being the other one. So my eyes are going to be peeled on these two teams. But, you know, Peterbot and Poyo getting very, very aggressive early on throughout the day. Still 5 more games left to play. And I'm sure we'll see more of these eliminations. But Kelly, not too many materials very early on in the end game for this duo is maybe a little worrisome.
Yeah, this is definitely a different Peterbot and Poyo, and obviously we didn't even get to see them last week, but everyone is thinking about the Major 2 champs and the performance that we saw coming out of them, and more specifically out of the Grim Gate coin. But Peterbot and Poyo still showing up today, currently sitting in 10th place right now, but just 5 eliminations and a 12th place spot is rarely where we would have expected Peterbot and Poyo to be a few months ago.
Yeah, that's totally fair, right? I'm curious to kind of see the standings. I want to see how things are kind of shaping up after just game number 1. And remember, this is just game number 1, right? This is a very small sample size. Everything's chill. Everything's fine. Take a look at the top there in first place. Once again, Mason and Hound got themselves the victory royale. And though you think that would be the talk of the town, I feel like we have to turn attention to second place. Reed and Ritual, just look, after game number 1, Vivid, 12 eliminations.
I mean, 12 is an incredible number, but I was surprised. I was caught off guard when we tuned in them. I think it was on like 9-7 right at the beginning of the end game. They had already had like 6, and I was like, what do you mean they have 6 eliminations? And these eliminations that they were able to rack up throughout the end game, throughout the middle game, throughout the early game, wherever they got them from, just kept them so healthy in terms of materials, getting those refreshes, which is why they were actually able to take high ground in the first place over Clicks and Vino.
Yeah, I love them holding second low ground right there, kind of able to bully all the other lower ground teams. And we were kind of expecting this from them last week. They are low ground kings. But of course, with the most recent changes to Nitro, we can expect that the low ground is a little bit more easy for them to control. And that is exactly what we saw come out of Reed and Ritual. 12 eliminations, just 1 point below Mason and Hound, showcasing that, yes, getting that victory royale is great, but grabbing eliminations might be a little bit better.
Now, of course, we do see the other side of that, right, Kelly? Maybe placement. They're going to Clicks there, playing spoiler, and somehow as a solo rider, finding himself the second place. Like, we absolutely take those, right? The victory was almost there, but a second place, still amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, I think, Kelly, like, the one thing that we were kind of talking about was that they had 0 eliminations when they went for high ground.
Yeah, that is definitely something a little surprising. Clicks and Vino have been a little bit contested, especially in the early to mid game of the rotations. They've seen a lot of aggression, but for here, they didn't really seem to find any issues and no eliminations. And primarily for me, I'm worried about their storm surge situation, and clearly that was not much of an issue for them. Able to take high ground exactly when they needed to. That is the biggest component of their success, is being able to take height around this 11 zone, maybe at the end of 10. And by doing that, they're able to save up materials. Obviously, they weren't able to save up enough there. Vino going down just a little bit early, but Clicks, the play from him, sticking to low ground, watching the rest of the lobby fight it up onto high ground, and grabbing such a great elimination onto Reed right there. Even though he didn't get the first place, you know he's feeling good.
1000%, right? And now, Vivid, you did bring up something that interests me. We get to see the return of Poyo and Peterbot and Kanata and Cooper, where last week Clicks and Veno reigned supreme with these other 2 kind of titanic duos in play. Is that going to look up to shake week number 2 up?
In the grand scheme of things, no, right? Because most of those top name teams are already kind of secured for the upper bracket anyhow. But I think that they should really be trying their hardest, right? This is great practice for all of these teams. So I think the next 5 games, hopefully we see something exciting, some battles for high ground maybe.
A big thing to note as well is although we didn't even get to see them last week, Kanad and Cooper, Epic Whale Threats, Peterbot and Poyo, they all have over 600 points already just by how well they actually did last week in round 3 and then making it into round 4. So definitely not having any issues as far as where they're going to be performing in the semifinals.
And Kelly proved, right? Those numbers matter. Upper bracket absolutely matters. With that, let's kick it back to the casters, though, for game number 2.
Yeah, that's right, Zeke. After the first game, that top 5, a whole lot of XSET representation up there as well. I just saw my guy Muzz just chilling inside the top 5, right? These sleeper duos starting to rack up great game 1s. And Taco, that's just setting the pace, right? Setting the example here.
Yeah, I think that a lot of our teams that we saw from those uncontested positions that maybe you might anticipate, okay, they could encounter some difficulties with their search strategy, didn't really seem like the case. But I'm really excited to see the way that game 2 honestly naturally develops, because at this point, we heard it best from the desk. I mean, we saw some strong starts for some teams and then some others that maybe want to see if they can pick things up a little bit more throughout the course of today. But this is the best time to get that set lobby practice. And we're going ahead and diving straight into game number 2.
Qualifier 2 is here. Game 2 is here. We are jumping straight into the action with a 50-50 bus split. It's going to be all fair and love and war here on the map right now. We know Brawlers Battleground will, of course, have a fight. Grim Gate will have a quick, likely very quick contested battle, being that we are cutting right over that drop spot. And starting with our game 1 winners, Hound and Mason. Little trouble in the air here. Trouble in paradise, if you will, for Hound and Mason.
Those tags coming into play, but they're actually opting for the southern portion of Reclaimed Villa. Tested, most likely by Nerface and Sid. And again, not the only point of contention taking place here today. Skittles, Chubbs, Brutal Beachhead. They want that mythic combat shotgun, but they're going to have to fight their way for it. And it's not going to be an easy endeavor by any means. Paco and Vorteca, not going to make this easy. Some of the wandering NPCs as well could potentially look to give Chubbs some of that stealth coverage he's hoping for, but just kind of crawling around, crouching around the map right now. Only a matter of time. Vorteca and Paco, they've actually got a high ground leverage. Hand cannon just off the mark here, but the Nitro Splash in tow. Paco, he's willing to give chase. Chubbs trying to do what he can to escape. Won't be able to hit the flaming boost tube. He's just got to stay out of the line of sight. Takes the Ascender, but is instantly knocked. Secondary shot going to connect here for Paco. Solid elimination cleanups from both Paco and Vorteca. They split their ones, and now they've got all of Brutal Beachhead to take over.
Peterbot and Folio, same as well for the Red Line Rig here as they win their battle early on in the game. And I noticed there in the feed too that I do believe Ritual picked up elimination somehow as well. So likely that Re and Ritual are being contested too. A lot going on here for Peterbot and Folio. That 12th place finish is going to put them in the conversation, but not quite where they want to be as far as end game performances are concerned. Red Line Rig, though, having it this early, there is a lot of loot there for them to go ahead and get themselves set up. Last game we tuned in with Cease and Jack. We saw them on the run very early on here, pushed out of the restored reels. How are things looking for them this go around? Seems like they're going to find their first elimination pretty early on and at least give them the confidence to go ahead and loot the drop and now move on much better here in game number 2.
Yeah, not to mention Cease and Jack, they've certainly got some familiarity with being contested at restored reels. Keep in mind, week 1, they were dealing with the likes of Oceana with Alex and Worthy, but given that this week, Alex and Worthy didn't find themselves actually qualifying to this finals, it's all down to just trying to play against a different set of members now. But Cease and Jack, I think Jack in particular has certainly, I think, been surfacing a lot on different people's radars. He's definitely had a decent amount of highlight-worthy moments, and again, a lot of Cease's veteranship and experience, I think, kind of playing into their favor there. far east of the map, though, all the way up Breezy Coast. MDF, would you believe that this is a triple con split over what is, honest to God, one of the most difficult places on the map, I think, to actually farm out?
Yeah, it takes me back to the last FNCS where I watched the same thing go down. Oliver OG, for whatever forsaken reason, a team that had no business landing there decided to contest Oliver. And we saw that pure game knowledge came into the drop, and Oliver's team ended up besting them. It seems like they're doing just fine as he's got a lot of time invested. What do you even call that drop at this point?
It's just the breezy
the
coast.
The breezy coast of the East Windmills or something, dude.
It does feel like more inexperienced teams that aren't necessarily able to get a uncontested part in a more popular location on the map tend to default towards these like outskirt territories in the hopes that, you know, maybe we can win our exchanges. But again, when you are dealing with a team as experienced as Oliver OG and Craze at that drop, it's certainly not an easy split to win over. Bacon and Zooks, though, looks like they're in the process of chasing down the other half of the duo. Pluto trying to do what he can. Yeah,
it's crazy. Vino is, by the way, split up from Clix. They play very far apart in the early game to fight for Surge, and he confidently jumped down before Clix even made the rotate there, looking for an advantage, and he actually found a massive tag there onto Zooks. And I mean, now they have them trapped essentially between Bacon and Clix, who is now on the way here to support Vino. But no, seems like they don't want to stick around for too much longer. Not being the focus, at least. They want them while they are with their guard down. Clix is trying to hit the other side of the tunnel. And there goes the disengage. Likely to mix things up. I think Vino is going to make the proper call here. Likely giving the heads up like, hey, there's a solo in here, 1,000,000,000%. We just got to not fight the duo, right?
At the same time, though, Veno gave warning shots to the backside of this tunnel, so everyone inside of the tunnel itself is alerted, hey, we can't go backwards, so we might as well push forward, which is probably a big part of the reason why Veno actually chose to just go hip to hip here with Clix. Wants to support his duo as directly as possible. If they can control the front end of this tunnel, it's going to make it all the more difficult for any of the players inside to try and escape. It did look like they were able to confirm a couple of extra DMR tags as well in the process. And given that this is a big part of where Clix and Veno like to play, north of that Sandy Steps area, the Snooty Station can definitely be problematic to escape from when you get caught in these kinds of exchanges. Wouldn't be surprised to see Clix and Veno opting to maybe just keep tabs on how that fight is actually breaking out.
Look at this. Japco and Quanti have 3 eliminations right now. Super early into this Fortnite run right here. Well played for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, what's happening here? Doxy, Oreo, jumping onto Dash here, who must have just finished up a fight because Doxy and Oreo have no eliminations right now. Looking for the sidewall, cuts them off, and seeing the adjustments really comes to play there with the Nitro not being able to push them all the way through. They have to damage that wall first. Defense is better, though, for Dash. What in the world?
Yeah, that's a deserved dance. Like,
Gosh.
If I'm Dr. Pax, I am probably so proud of my duo in this circumstance, but he's just holding that right side peak. Could not have played it any more perfectly. And Oreo and Doxy, I mean, welcome to the final set lobby. That is a tough break, though, for game number 2. But also keep in mind, Oreo and Doxy likely in a bit of a shambles situation, considering that they are part of that triple contest from that east part of the map, Breezy Coast. So after getting pushed out by Oliver OG and Craze, they were just opting to rotate towards that slumber yard, see if there was anything that they could pick up, kind of last-minute exchange, recognize that there was a solo looking for a recovery tour, and don't think that could have gone much better for Dr. Fox and Dash. Gave them a lot of needed surge, yeah.
Lugan and Aviv going so far north outside the map. What are they chasing? Is there a bunker spawn out there? Like, where are they headed right now?
Piney Lane, potentially.
They already had 2 med kits.
But at the same time, keep in mind, last week we saw Bugha and Aviv. They liked rotating really fast towards Piney Lane to go and key Pilot and Flix. And currently, Piney Lane, potentially double con, Tahi Revise, Kaz and Rojo. They're going to be two of the teams kind of located more towards that direction. And so for Bugha and Aviv, if they can get their surge off of keying that north part of the map, then dead side rotate is all theirs. And we saw late in the final moments of the last zones in the first lobby. So seems to be working out for them.
Buzz right now looking to hold this top 5 position they've kicked their tournament off with. I like this little angle searching. Shots coming from above. Can't do that on their wood structure, that's for sure. No Trashy in sight. I hope he's been at least getting material together because it's not looking too hot right now for Muzz. Their overall position here at the Pleasant Piazza. Fights happening to the north with Hound and Mason right now. Then you have Re and Ritual, our elimination leaders on the standings, already at 2 here. There's something boiling here for Re and Ritual.
Just kind of gauging whether or not they need to stick closer to the low ground here because of that surge tower that Re spotted just a little bit further northwest. It could potentially be an old surge base that Re and Ritual had established, but based on how, I guess, passive they were actually trying to make that last rotate, I would be led to believe it's not.
Looks like Noisy gave Edgy and Def a little too much time there in the cactus there. They're going to bounce right back into things. Where is Tony? Inside the storm right now. Health just chewed away here. Noisy and Tony are going to have to get a move on it. A lot of teams have rotated into the red line rig here as part of their strategy this game too. And there's more flying by through the ring rotates, of course. Jumping in with Mason and Hound. Got Reciprocal based up above him now, putting pressure down from the high ground. And the teammate out on the outside. So Mason and Hound essentially will likely have to key one of these two players, depending on how much more troublesome they become.
A lot of it's probably just dependent on how comfortable they feel off the damage they acquired from that first elimination they picked up. And that's not factoring in any other tags they might have been able to gather, considering that we do see Mason with that Blue Huntress DMR. A couple of Nuka-Colas as well, and 5 Nitro Splashes. So if they need to get a move on, they could certainly get active at a pretty rapid rate here. But I think part of it also is that when you're looking at some of these teams more towards the southern portion of the map, inside this desert area, Tayson and Iamzo, a prime example. They like to drop what's considered that SETI Cami splitting between 3 separate landmarks, the Rec Mill, Orchard Station, P-Boys headquarters, but there's so many slurp cacti on this side of the map, and it makes for such elongated battles from a distance because players can just box up around those cactuses and consistently regenerate any shield, any white health that they're missing. That could be part of the reason why we are seeing the search threshold numbers kind of shoot so high upwards. Even when teams have like 5-6 eliminations like we saw out of the first lobby, and they're still just barely above that search threshold.
Couldn't agree more. Uga and Aviv right here, trying to find what they can. Cease and Jack. Finally, some life in Cease and Jack here. But Cease hurt. Looking a little worse for Wares right now. Heals are going to have to start being utilized here. Nitros is out. Rotates going in. They want to get a little bit more center and away from the attention of the others now.
Getting caught lingering towards edge of zone could just spell disastrous for teams that are trying to hold these mid-map positions, because the longer you take to make those rotates, the more time you're giving to everybody else to base up and just try to pick you off. Peterbot and Pollo, decently high surge base right now, just a little bit northeast of Sandy Step, but with their current position, it does seem as though their intent is just to try and prevent teams from launch padding in towards the zone, but Peterbot not going to find his opportunities just yet. Trouble, though, for Muzz. Trashy having just been eliminated.
We saw G Monster and Reciprocal just putting pressure onto Hound and Mason, now moving location, getting into direct conflict here for Trashy and Muzz. This is not looking good for Muzz right now, as you see the pressure starting to turn online here for G Monster and Reciprocal. But we've seen crazier things happen with less known names already, so you never know what Muzz is capable of. And it does seem like this is all because of the Rift Island ends up spawning here, becoming the attraction point for all of these duos in the area. It's a tricky spot to play in, right? You got the dash ability, of course, available due to the river there from the Grim Gate, so always sketchy. Clix and Vino right now playing their bases, looking out of very particular angles, but once again, very far apart from one another.
That's just strong trust and confidence within each other, but also just the fact that there are, again, just so many flaming boost tubes, launch pads they can use to quick rotate to each other. Miro caught himself in a little spot of trouble. Nuka-Cola, though, helping to regenerate those shields. One elimination next to Pink, and it's currently a box fight matchup between Noah Plays and Liam. Pink and Miro, they want to confirm this one. They want to close it off early, but they know the longer they take to rotate, this is a decently far rotation for them to make as well. Liam trying to see if he can deal with these hard mats, and yeah, Pink, Miro, they might have gotten what they were after in this exchange, because they know they can't really afford to spend this much time entertaining another team inside of the storm. They need to make it into the next zone, or else they're just going to get held back regardless by everyone else that's already positioned in a slightly better spot. But Liam, he wants more. He's going to try, dash into their box, breaking through some of the builds, but not able to connect just yet. And this is the reason why Miro Pink possibly recognizing the fact that, hey, this team's trying to key us because they're desperate for surge. 92 below currently for Liam and Noah Plays. It's only a matter of time before they start taking those 25 ticks from that surge.
Yeah, it's looking bad right now. It's looking very bad. And all that with 3 eliminations to be this far below is just a sign of really, really poor positioning, not finding tags onto players moving around in your area. So it's about as bad as it could get right now, as the surge is now online. They're one of the few teams, of course, to be targeted here. Now, luckily, the threshold's not too far away, but still, they don't have much to work with here. Desperation starts to kick in here. They have to go up to the high ground here, go up to the Rift Island, go up to these teams and see what they can find. It's all or nothing now. We've seen this time and time again here, but there is literally nothing else they can do here.
That's the last of Liam's fizz, and it's wraps. Bandage will not save you at this point.
Bad.
And I mean, but the thing is, even if they had managed to get damage above, they utilized so much of their only form of mobility in that Flowberry Fizz, they were likely going to get picked off regardless. At this point, it's kind of like a special delivery of some siphon materials to Pump, who was just a box above where we had last seen Liam and Noah located. Tayson and Iamzo, though, spotted out Blake and Macwood. Some late stragglers on this rotate. 170 above, 1 elimination apiece. Blake, Macwood, they're trying to close the gap. Macwood spotting out the fact, hey, this is an experienced player, clearly. These DMR tags, very threatening. Granted, Tayson will be forced to use. He just finished a shield potion. Likely going to have to pop another, but there could be Slurp Cacti nearby that he can depend on for that shield regeneration instead. Yamzo is going to take the front of the charge now, try and cover while his teammate heals.
We go losing Aviv here on the rotate into the zone. Not looking good right now. He tries to save him, but unfortunately the lobby begins to focus in. So this is starting to really go downhill here for Booga and company. Meanwhile, Jack and Cease turning online right now, putting pressure on the low ground team. Seems like they might have secured a little something for themselves here. But it is trouble for all the teams up in this north side right now. You can see the punishment really starting to wear on the health pools there. Meanwhile, Cooper and Kanata, Cooper falling really early last game. It seems like this is the second game now where they're having a bit of a struggle with the surge, finding the damage 2 games in a row. Very unlikely situation for someone like Kanata to find themselves in, but here we are.
They've at least got a little bit more shield to work with, but still sitting 100 below. Cooper is not going to waste any more time. Spots out a solo. That's the connection he needed. No pre-fire available there for Sid, but still 15 below. Is it too little, too late? Kanata likely trying to catch up to the rest of the pack. He wants to try and get just a singular shot off is all it would take for Cooper and Kanata. But now, Surge Threshold climbing even further out of reach. Cooper trying to build as quickly as possible. He needs to find another player, but no one is coming into their sights. In fact, it's just the lobby taking notes of him instead. Poor Cooper and Kanata, this is just looking like a dire situation. Sure enough, Cooper is going to be the first to get knocked. No shields left for Kanata. Just trying to make it happen. A miracle even.
Nice.
6 above off that last tag.
He might be able to actually save his teammate here, but no. Shots coming from another duo now as well. And he's sitting on the zip line. Keep in mind, that's just trouble waiting to come. He recognizes it. Down he goes, and just an unfortunate game there. Fighting tooth and nail all the way through to the end. Here's Clicks, though. Pinned down by Peterbot and Boya. Also below the surge right now. Vino leading the rotate here on the outskirts. Such a tough spot. So many notable players here having a very difficult time with the surge right now. There's no bailout cards to be played here, right? Especially now that we've had the adjustments to the Nitro. You really do have to find opportunity before you can just jump your way into any box, right? Very, very different game.
I think part of the reason too is that the lobby was just thinned out a little bit faster when you had those Nitro shoulder bashes to just insta break into somebody else's box. Players weren't staying up as long, and now
Surge
we're having to
longer.
re-entertain it. Yeah, that's pretty much the primary difficulty that I think a lot of people were kind of just more conditioned to a slightly faster pace. And now things kind of, nature is healing essentially for the late game opportunities here in FNCS. But Peterbot, Poyo on the other end of the spectrum, big knock onto Encrypted. They're already sitting plenty though above that damage threshold, but slight overpeakage from Peterbot just kept that focal a little bit too heavy across the map. Ended up taking some tags in return. Head's got to be on a swivel in these exchanges, and Scissor, unfortunately, didn't even get the chance to look up. Peterbot Boyo with another one.
And they're looking as good as ever right now, especially now they found another set of eliminations. Meanwhile, G-Monster reciprocal playing for high ground again. Like what we are looking at right here. 2 eliminations. They hear the chaos kicking off down below them, and they are not interested in even peeking. I wonder how this is going to work out for such a passive high ground team. Meanwhile, Halden Mason, their first FNCS set lobby victory in the books, has already been confirmed coming out of game 1. Pink and Miro right now, 2 eliminations. Much better game for them this go around, but the material count halfway. Can they find the refresher?
Right now, all Reet and Ritual want is an opportunity to kind of stagger, heal up, get these shields back to full at least. Medkit as well. Reed wants to enter battle as healthy as possible. Clicks, on the other hand, he's lost Benno, doesn't even have a chance to expend any shields. He has none left. Has to hope that nobody spots out this solo sitting inside a metal box, trying to create some openings, trying to look down at the layers below him, but everyone already coned off, floor sealed. No one providing him the sights that he would like in order to try and get an opportunity. And yeah, Peterbot, Hoyle, they want height and they want it now. Reciprocal and G-Monster punished for not being aggressive enough in suppressing the lower layers.
Things do get to settle down now as they have managed to, instead of fight, just build and cause a natural material deplete from the low ground teams. Of Peterbot and Boyo continue to keep their focus, so they just reposition up, refocus their attention to the high ground and get a little damage in, but now they've welcomed another team onto that mid-ground layer right above them. Peterbot looking for the refresher here, jumps in, turns around, finds Japko on the backside of Storm, loses Boyo in the trade, and now all focus comes in, and it's another turn of events here, but this time they make it as far as into the top 10, and they continue to rack up, but there are no more mats in hand here for Peterbot. Options are thin, but not over yet. He does have two med kits. Meanwhile, high ground, Agers and Rise, a much more experienced team, sniping up the stronghold here. And this is how you do it, putting those shots down onto everyone right now.
Oh,
tries to salvage the chop.
Yikes, Kawanti, though, nowhere to run inside of the mid-ground. Everything just collapsing around him. Walls getting open, unfortunately. Rapid being on the other end of them. Reet and Ritual, though, sneak up on Playify. It's a great knock. Elimination due to come. Still has one more medkit as well. Playing from that ultimate low ground. Reet and Ritual, they're just trying to stay ahead of the pack currently. Kind of monitoring their backside, making sure that nobody gets the chance to sneak up on them in return. But Mason and Hound. Mason having just lost Hound even. The floor chopped out. They wanted to try and make a charge towards Reet, but instead, it's just going to be trades happening every which way. Reet doesn't even get to reap the benefits because Rapid just instantaneously popping him.
Still an impressive run right now for Rapid here, trying to stay alive, but they get jumped on there inside the box. Bolts, Bryce find a little bit of mats to work with here, but the high ground, I was going to say, looking very healthy, but no. Bryce just destroys what little bit of shield Agers had here. And now look, it is not looking good for the high ground team at all. This is looking like Bryce and Bolts can actually pull a low ground victory here. It is a 2v2. Fall damage will come in unless... No, there it is. The dash comes out. Agers comes down and shots come in as well. And this can really go either which way. And the tags go to the beds. Agers gets the trade here. It's all up to Rise now, who goes for the heal off instead.
Rise had so much of a gap between himself, though, and there is no way for them to catch up. So beautiful exchange at the very end. It did start to look a bit flashy there for Bryce and Bolt. Unfortunately, the heals, they just panned out in the favor of Rise and Agers all day long.
It was looking real dicey for a second there for the high ground team, but in the end, they do hold out and win it all. Game 2 put in the books there by the likes of Agers and Rise. Take a look at this right here. Agers commits everything that he had left there with 10 HP. He couldn't play the zone at all and does exactly what he needed to do, and that's find the elimination there to get the trade off. And in the end, Fnatic Agers, DT Rise takes game number 2 of the qualifier here at Taco in really strong fashion. And not only that, he sniped back the high ground, right? They really fought for it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, that's just the methodical play at the end of the day, but plenty more action to come, and we'll be right back after the short break.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 2, and now there's a few things we've got to discuss, like Rise and Agers holding it down on high ground in a crazy zone that suddenly everyone just started to fall left, right, and center. But for them, they remained composed, and they took it to the victory royale. Congratulations to the duo. And remember, this is a duo that it's weird to say, right? I'm so used to saying Iamzo and Rise, but it's actually Agers and Rise now.
Oh, yeah. See, I can't agree with you more, right? All of these new duos forming this season makes everything crazy, but this is a huge game from Rise and Agers, and especially in the confidence department as well, because the first game of the day, they got 39th place, right? 0 eliminations, 0 points actually picked up for the team, but to kind of flip the game around in game number 2 there, stealing high ground. I mean, this is classic Kelly, right? We talk about this all the time. 11th zone, all of these teams kind of fighting for higher ground, griefing each other in terms of materials and resources. And then another team just kind of comes in and cleans it up and steals that position away.
Yeah, and talking about that, that was Peterbot and Poyo fighting against Reciprocal and G-Monster to take that high ground. And unfortunately, they kind of had a little bit of a tower fight in that. And because of that, they lost all these materials, which allowed another team to come in and steal height away from them, which is, of course, what Agers and Rise did. But speaking of Peterbot and Poyo, they did try and fight for height around Zone 10 right here. And unfortunately, ended up using a lot of their builds because of that. But as always, I really appreciated when they saw that they were in a disadvantageous position, they dropped back down to mid, and then were taking shots at height, actually helping chop down height, which is what allowed Rise and Agers to steal height eventually.
Yeah, we can already kind of feel the pressure that Peterbot and Poyo kind of impose on the lobby whenever they were in the lobby, whenever they were playing, right? We kind of missed that last week, and we've already kind of talked about that, but seeing them again, able to apply some of that pressure. And the incredible thing for me is that they got a 12th and a 9th place so far, but they're still in 6th place on the leaderboard, right? Like, those aren't necessarily good games for Peterbot and Poyo, because we're used to seeing them go absolutely berserk, but still in 6th place.
Okay, 6th place. Let's see where everyone else is. Let's bring up those standings. So, Vivid spoiler, man. No, I'm just kidding. As you said, you can see him there in 6th place. At the top, though, it is still Reet and Ritual holding it down. Now up to 20 eliminations and the 96 placement points. Kelly, it's Reet and Ritual.
Listen, Reet and Ritual, they got bamboozled in game number 1, right? Clicks eliminated Reet. They go down in 3rd place technically. And guess who Reet and Ritual were able to eliminate in game number 2? Well, it was Hound and Mason, the team that was able to take 1st place in game number 1. And Reet and Ritual, once again from the get-go, just has such a good control of this kind of second low ground right here. Before, they used to be like extreme low, like the lowest ground you could get to, but they've shifted over into kind of this second low high right now. And I think a little bit of that is the remnants of the splash, but since Nitro's gone nerfed, I think that they are a lot more confident going for these high elimination games that we know them to be able to do.
You can kind of still see the remnants, right? It's kind of in the backs of their mind because you would imagine that typically teams that want to claim that low ground, they actually usually go a little bit earlier than that. They were kind of sticking behind on that backside of zone, and typically when Nitro was very, very strong before the nerf, teams didn't want to take that low ground early,
Yeah.
like we're used to seeing in past Fortnite season, because then you just get nitroed in on. So Reed and Ritual maybe still playing a little bit as if Nitro was pretty strong, but still, I mean, you can't really complain. They got 20 eliminations, Kelly.
I'm pretty happy.
Of course you are. Two things to point out here in the top 10. First, look in that top 10th, right? Up 40 placements, Agers and Rise. We just talked about them. We talked about the Victory Royale. Another duo I kind of wanted to highlight, 8th place, Batman Booga and Rapid. Look at them jumping up 12 placements. And of course, another fan favorite from Kelly and the NA West Days.
Whoa, why are you going to call me out, man? Of course, Batman Booga and Rapid here. An absolutely incredible duo. Rapid has just shown time and time again that this isn't just the Batman Booga show. No, this is my turn as well, and he has absolutely shown it in spades, his level of aggression, and also his ability to IGL for someone like Batman Booga to be so synergized with each other. I'm just so excited that they've done such a good job this major. I know I keep repeating it. I'm a broken record, but they have just been kind of good for so long, and then in this last chapter they've really started to shine, and Major 3 is the exact time that you want to do that.
And it was kind of a big question mark for this duo, right? We just had a recent duo cash out that Batman Booga and Rapid actually won, but then it was like, well, yeah, they did well in qualifier number 1 and the duo cash cup, but then the Nitro nerf kind of happened. Is that going to kind of affect them? And so far, Kelly, doesn't seem so.
No, definitely not of this duo right here. This is the era of Batman Booga and Rapid. I'm calling it right now. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we see potential top 3 out of them in the grand finals.
Okay, Chad, can you guys tell that Kelly is a fan of NA West? Can you tell? Maybe you didn't know that, but you should be able to tell that she's a big fan. Guys, we are getting ready here for game number 3, almost halfway through, but find your seats on the battle bus as we take it in with our casters. It's MDF and the best Taco.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. And you know what? I want to give some highlights, some shouts to Ritual and Reet, who are currently, of course, in first place, because last week they finished in 25th, Taco, actually in the middle of that pack. So talk about the adjustments likely playing a little bit of a factor in why they've continued to turn online right now. And other teams as well. This is looking like a very different, lobby right now as far as who's performing up at the top.
I think the main thing is just that the mid-ground became essentially a lot more viable after the recent Nitro adjustment. That structure damage being dropped from 300 to 90, can't emphasize it enough. And for a team like Reet and Ritual, who I think do tend to play a little bit more towards that mid-ground turf, they want to try and stay towards the front side of each zone. They've done an excellent job, I think, at tarping through a lot of those mid to low ground layers, and then obviously still looking for opportunities to try and overtake height when plausible.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about like mid-ground becoming more viable, I feel like we've seen more teams jump into the low ground in the end games. But let's see what's going to happen here as game 3 is ready. Qualifier number 2's game 3 is here. And we had a brief discussion about how endgame played out there round after round, but now we get to get into the early game, and our focus is going to be fully on the Red Line Rig, the Grim Gates, and some of these other areas that have been highly, highly contested. Brutal Beachhead being the one from game 1 that had 6 teams here, Taka, if you remember, but it seems like stuff has changed up a bit here.
Yeah, but no hand cannon for Paco this time around means that if there is going to be an early engagement with Paco and Vorteca, we'll have to depend on that shotgun instead, but doesn't seem to be the case. Brutal Beachhead looking relatively clear for the time being, but this is a far way to fly at this point. Gliding in, trying to go for that research rock, but Mixon and Blaha seemingly with a very decent outdrop here could be disastrous for Quanti, depending on whether or not he's actually able to pick up some floor in advance. But Mixon gets the first couple of tags, tactical assault rifle, doing some work here. He's going to try to give chase to Quanti. Quanti not even going to get a chance to loot those chests. Instead, it's going to be Mixon, Blaha, side by side, taking full advantage of the primary spoils. Yapko does have hammer pump. It's a knock exchange. Quanti still trying to confirm it, just needs one more tag to do it, and he finds it. Mixon, Blaha defeated yet again here at Research Rock. And this might be one of the fastest exchanges for time to eliminations yet. And that could bode very well for Quanti and Yapko as far as their mid-game into the late game is concerned.
Not only that, the standings reflecting it as Quanti and Japco have really done well with the times that they've made it off the drop. And you have to give respect to the fact that he picked up every SMG possible, making the difference there as he didn't have to reload. Very well played. Peterbot and Pollo here, just on their early game kind of groove right now. Also a little bit of a changeup for their drop. No contest in sight, meaning that they have much more time to go ahead and play some of these outskirts, play for some of the loot routes that they otherwise wouldn't be able to so comfortably, right? It makes a big difference, and standings, I think, are showing that they're having a much better week two here, as you didn't get to see their set lobbies strategy just last week.
Same can't be said, though, here at the Nitrodrome. Kanata inside of the bush currently. He's got the 4x scope on the Hunter's DMR. The problem that Kanata's working with right now, though, he doesn't have a whole lot of ammo to work with. He's got to be very precise with his shots, trying to see if he can have an opportunity to maybe even reunite with Cooper, wager their odds as a duo as opposed to playing so split and separate. Could actually make all the difference there at the Nitrodrome, because we did see at least two other teams looking to test them.
Kaz and Rojo right now being very quiet, very sneaky. Trying to see if they can find Rapid and Batman Booga. Rapid and Batman Booga have also had outstanding performances, at least of what we've seen so far out of game 1 and 2. Oh, hesitation. Lost opportunity now for Kaz and Ro here. Might be the last time they get a nice clean lineup like that.
Problem, though, is that Batman Booga maybe still a little bit isolated. In fact, no, it's just going to be two separate angles that Rapid and Batman Booga are looking to see if they can potentially split up Kaz and Rojo, but at the same time, where's Bucky and Okus? They were the ones initially contesting Batman Booga and Rapid at their POI, but Grim Gate, new entryways, new teams trying to surface here. Kaz, Rojo, Shieldfish exchange, but again, a gray bump is not exactly ideal in this type of circumstance. You can see a little bit of hesitation here. That hesitation, maybe slight experience difference. Batman Booga, though, he's got the full advantage. Just taking out pieces of the floor. All these edits seemingly in his favor. Small tags getting clipped. Kaz's HP chipped away at. Batman Booga does eat a shot in exchange, though, so will be forced to fall back temporarily. Reconvenes with Rapid, but that could be the exit point now for Kaz and Rojo. Although, sitting out in the open, just trying to see if they can escape with these underworld dashes. It's hard to actually connect any further tags, and Batman Booga at least got the one, so a little bit of surge strategy implemented early on here.
They rotate right into reciprocal G Monster there, so keep a lookout on the feed. Oh, as I say it, there it is. Edgy and Def, though, on the hunt right now, looking for what's left of the duo that they were fighting here just moments ago. A lot going on here for Edgy and Death. They have been coming up short, so they've taken down Paper, and at least it's a start for them. They need to start getting serious amount of points now if they want to make any kind of dent on the series standings.
Yeah, for Death and Edgy, a lot of their play is going to stem from Cliffside Lodge. That's going to be their initial starting point, so no real surprise that they encountered Paper and Victor a little bit further north at Pantheon Path, but Mount Olympus, if they can control that POI, you have to remember, there's the possibility...
No,
Zooks actually on the chase here, which means Bacon likely not too far behind. Veno trying to be wary of the fact that he is in a 1 versus 2 situation. Fortunately for him, Clicks going to be able to finally provide some cover fire, and that will be the end of this exchange for the time being. Slurp Cacti, though, going to pan out for Zooks' favor, but it's a full fall back. In fact, Bacon and Zooks, they might be the ones in a real trouble now, as a third party has decided to engage. Sandy Steps just continues to heat up, but Virgo and Shadow, they've seemingly got the upper hand currently. They heard those shields crack. They want to see if they can fully chase down Bacon and Zooks.
Shadow is one. Once he starts to fight, he's not leaving. This is gonna go only one way, and that's someone's getting sent back to the lobby here. And so far, Shadow and Virgo do seem to have the offensive intention here to continue to push until they see damage. And there it is. Already Virgo with the side angle there, setting up the distraction. Shadow stepping in now, giving up the focus of the positioning there to jump down onto Bacon's, grabs the walls as well. And he's just so fast with it. A promising player here. Zooks is hurt. Bacon is looking bad. Zones come in here. They don't have time to heal. They have to come down to low ground for any slither of hope with a health cactus or something. Otherwise, this is going to be it. Nope, there it is. Too late. And Virgo finds his eliminations there. And it does seem like shots came in from the distance there as Vino and Clicks are still eyeing things up here. Haven't quite given up focus just yet.
Strong attempt out of Zooks to try and hold his own. Was hoping maybe that Shadow and Virgo would choose to leave after that initial elimination onto Bacon, but you're right, MDF. Those shots from a distance, that is Clicks and Veno essentially forcing Shadow and Virgo. They might have gotten the 2 eliminations, but they're not going to be able to rotate through Sandy Steps. Instead, they're going to have to dip even further into the storm, going fully south, a whole wraparound to Brutal Beachhead, because they know if they try to push any closer towards where Clicks and Veno are positioned, it's just a losing battle. Clicks, Veno, they've already got so much space declared. They've got full leverage as well on some slight elevation, considering that Shadow and Virgo would have to be pushing up from that beach side. But Bacon and Zooks, they were really banking it all on just getting that solo pickoff onto Veno. That is part of the problem when your loop paths are known. Clicks and Veno, they don't try to hide the fact that they play so separated, but Veno did an excellent job of making sure that he didn't go down.
Mason and Hal continuing to just show us how their strategy works out, as they've remained so consistent, getting the tags they need here, rotating on the outskirts, not being too late to find a strong position here. These little things start to add up. Small victories, as we like to call them. Reet with no shield. Ritual left to keep an eye out here on the duo that was putting in shots. So fight for the bunker. Seems like they were just late to try to secure the loot there. And instead of fighting forward, they give it up. They're in first place. They have a lot more to lose than some in this game. Not to mention last week's performance wasn't the greatest like we talked about. So as far as overall series is concerned, they surely want to find themselves in a good spot. Got to continue to play well.
It's hard for Reet and Ritual to try and position for the bunker spawn possibility that's located at Dumpenhausen, because keep in mind, that's Bryson Bolt's backyard. They love trying to claim that territory because there is also a very strong possibility of a forecast tower in that general vicinity. So as for where Reet and Ritual decide to go next, definitely seems as though there's some teams kind of trickling in from that north side towards Reckless Railways, and that's why we see Playify higher. They've invested into a slight surge base here, taking shots at the bushes. They know that there's at least one team currently boxing up in wood, not really wanting to expend too many of their hard materials. The bush coverage alone providing them a decent escape point, but they're just going to keep claiming space. this team across the way from Qualifier and Higher, they're not really under too heavy of duress. And honestly, Qualifier and Higher, they might need to be careful here with some of these peaks, because some of those teams that were still filtering in from that northern side heading into Reckless Railways, they could potentially look to try and get some tags from the backside.
Jump to Lakai and Vert here. Oh, and it comes in from Victor in a 1v2 situation. And this is after, meanwhile, this is after Pape was already rebooted and brought back into the game. But no, Victor, why did you let your guard down? He was right on top of him. A small mistake like that's going to cost him the game here. Vert will be able to save his duo here. That brings him up to 3 eliminations. Count the reboot. And that's exactly the points that this team needs here, as they're middling into the competition here. Not a team in sight on the map right now, so should be a successful pickup. Take a look at from Vert's perspective here. Gets the wall, fakes to get up above, misses it, and just says, you know what, might as well go for it. And it was the right decision indeed.
But I like that a lot from Kylie, because running under the stairs in the first place made it so that it was all the easier for Vert to essentially collapse onto Victor. Just could be purely coincidental on DF, player trying to chase down their ones, but do think that there is some light tactics involved there as well. But again, going for the reboot over at Mount Olympus could prove to be difficult. Kylie, though, definitely a European player that has been a little bit more under the radar, I think, in comparison to when so many people kind of emphasis all on Tayson, onto Veno, Blaha, Mixon. But Kylie's also someone that I think can't really afford to sleep on by any means. Rift Island currently controlled by Agers and Rise, and claimed as well. The capture point taken over by them.
You see the Surges already giving the warning to the rest of the lobby, so everyone now starting to strategize their position here in the game. For Agers and Rise, there's nothing to worry about. They're above, not hyper comfortable, but enough to at least have time to work with here. Same cannot be said for a fair amount of others here. Qualifier and Higher playing the outskirts, the zone creeping in slowly. They have controlled this spot right here, and it seems like there's a 2v1 happening just above here, and Higher's got all attention on it. Oh, maybe they don't know there's a player in the bush there. Okay, pay attention. There it is. They do end up spotting him out. Qualifier and Higher now start to draw their focus in that direction. There's another fight happening just below, so a lot of action going on here. They have decisions and options. Bugin threats, Epic and Aviv on the side. Then it's Cam under pressure with a Minish, and Noah plays. Noah plays by himself here. And instead they find it Minish first. And that's going to be the elimination that's going to set them up for success here. And although, like we said, the surge turns off, they still need this damage for the back half of this game here.
Cam and a Minish, though, just getting beatboxed between two separate teams. Qualifier, a nice side jump tag with the threats above, but trying to be a little bit wary here. Wants to make sure that he's fully charged up as far as his shields are concerned. Only one shield potion left, though, aside from the small shields. Aviv and Booga from afar. Epic thought he was in a slightly safe position, but beautifully played by Aviv. Just jumps right on top of his noggin. No real opportunity there for the 6th time to escape. And that might be the break that Aviv and Booga needed as well, because again, a team that loves to play through the dead side, but they will have some company from behind. Qualifier and Higher still lingering, so it's not completely out of the woods just yet as far as Booga and Aviv are concerned. They could get caught up even at Restored Reels. Looks like there's already 2 teams in an exchange, so they're probably going to just try to rotate a little bit west of all that action taking place. Don't want to afford to waste too much time in those awkward positions.
I like this fight right here for Hound and Mason. Instead of waiting for them to get below the surge, as I literally say that they fall below, so they also recognize this is pretty dangerous for us to be in here. Once you've seen that you're only 150 or so above, you kind of know at that point, you're not safe by any means. Surge is online, so they're getting damaged. And I'm just curious, where or why hasn't Mason just put in a lot of shots right here? Because Hound is starting to really run out of time. They've lost the momentum here. They're going to be forced to fully give it up, and this is not good. This is really not good for Hound now. Great trade there, at least finding some type of damage to keep his duo alive, but it's a sacrifice if I've ever seen one, and Mason jumps right into the storm. He needs his teammate to drop the med kit or something. Where is it? Too late. Can't get the read off fast enough, and Mason falls there. And it was just a misplay for Hound and Mason, and the first mistake that we've seen from that duo now, and their worst performance here for the second qualifier just unfolded.
Sometimes you can't help when the panic hits, when you see yourself underneath that surge threshold. But Tahi at least making sure that they've got an extended lifeline into this third lobby. Still going to be a relatively tough rotate to make, though, because just look at all of these teams already pulling into restored reels. A couple of surge towers enabled as well. Reet and Ritual feeling very confident with where they've just glided into. They're actually going to invest hard material very early on, but they've got ample amount of builds to boot. So now it's going to come down to how well they can try to bottleneck the rest of these players on their rotates. But they are relatively center this current zone.
And you know what? I like that positioning because they have enough damage to get away from this southern cluster where like Vino and Click should also not be here at all. Luckily, there's no pressure on them at the moment as they have options to choose from here, with the focus being onto Pink and Miro there. Pink down and taken out to the hands of NPen, the elimination credit being awarded there. But Vino and Click definitely have no business being here. And this is what's going to happen, though. You see teams just jumping in on them.
Really thought for a moment that Reciprocal and G Money were going to go for that exchange against Veno and Click, but the fact that Veno doesn't get credit for Pink, despite landing a relatively large body tag, kind of insane. Still looking to see if he can find his first elimination in this lobby. You can tell, though, despite not having any elims, Veno and Clicks, they're still almost 500 above that damage threshold. And in fact, Veno, he's got the highest damage to elim ratio of any player so far today. He's dealt about the 8th most damage overall, and yet only has 1 elimination throughout the course of these several lobbies so far to show for it. So he's been investing damage for other players to essentially get full value from. That's not his own.
Yeah, it's so hard to realize that, right? Like on this standing, so you're not getting the elimination credit. Those are 4 points just disappearing, essentially. G-Monster and Reciprocal have just remained in conversation game after game, fighting so many notable duels, I should say, and giving them a real run for their money, and they somehow stay alive right now. And all that hard-earned effort has them at 48 points here. Placement points starting to come through now, but they are below the surge. Riding the coast here is not going to go well for them much longer, as there's so many other teams already positioned up. There goes shots coming in from in front. Surge as well, of course, being the looming issue here. And I wonder if Death and Edgy are going to catch wind of what's happening underneath them.
All of their heals, though, invested. 1 build left exactly here for G-Money. It has to be the most precise pump shot of his life, and that's only if Death and Edgy have even stuck around for it. In fact, they've already rotated off. Yeah, long gone. They're not going to get caught out. Cooper and Kanata, though, another one of our teams where we wouldn't necessarily anticipate them to be struggling as much as they have been with the surge threshold so far today, but they got to be careful. G-Monster, full desperation, trying to key onto their wall. Cooper and Kanata, they got other players on the other side, but they will be successful in eliminating G-Money to start with, just above that damage threshold, but they have no heals to work with. It is all down to just running for their lives into zone.
Yeah, this is about as bad as we've seen Kanata position in a tournament right now. 3 games in, 38 points. You don't expect it from the likes of a team like a Cooper and Kanata, who we've seen really stand consistent up at the top of the standings. But hold up, Vino's got trouble here. It's up to Clicks right now. Tahi is very much hurt, and the thirst comes in, so Tahi really wanted those points there. It's going to be an eye for an eye here as Clicks, oh no, actually gets the elimination credit sniped by another player, so no points rewarded for him there. All that effort taken away from him, nothing to show for it.
Just barely managing to wiggle away, though. He does at least have 2 more med kits remaining and a full Flowberry Fizz. So he won't be as bad off as he could have been heading into this next zone. But again, in a sea of duos, when you are the lone player, that's bound to make you a target. If anybody spots him out, he's likely going to try to hover more towards the backside of the zone. Booga dropped on the low ground. Peterbot and Pollo right behind him. And Peterbot, Pollo, it doesn't look like they were satisfied with just being the reigning FNCS champs of the NA from last season. They want to keep that train going. They are far from washed, and they want to prove it. Controlling the low ground, Mordecai ripped to pieces. And Peterbot, Pollo, they have so much space claimed currently.
I really wanted to see how the layers are starting to work out now, because we see what's happening here on the low ground. We know that high ground really hasn't been highly contested, and for some lack of reason or another, the mid ground, there's this big spacing, right, starting to take place here. Game after game is just so evident that once you take high ground, it's almost like it's yours to keep. Very few teams have decided to start focusing up. Peterbot and Pollo being one of the few that likely will end up turning their focus further and further to the top now as they fought their way off the low ground. They have too much resources not to, essentially, is what it comes down to.
Peterbot even dropping that machinist medallion. Pollo already back to 75 shield. Sphinx, again, can't hold these walls. That mythic combat assault rifle, such a rapid fire rate, so difficult to deal with, especially in such a close range territory. Batman Booga, though, scrambling towards that ultimate low ground. He's got Cease and Jack at the corner underneath them, but he won't even get a chance to look down. He's got players up above. See these floor edits come through. Next thing you know, it's a massive tag after the fact. And everybody doing what they can to just try and survive. But Peterbot, Pollo, you called it, MDF. It's only a matter of time. They just had to pick their moment. And it's a luxury that they were offered, considering how well off their loadouts have been throughout the course of playing the low ground.
Yeah, it just makes sense. They had everything that they needed. And then this is another team I wanted to highlight here. Re and Ritual continue to run up the elimination lead here. Another 6 added to the bucket for them. They are just claiming names at this point. Who haven't they taken out is really the question, because they have been on a tear and they haven't looked back. Rapid finally falls there, not after, of course, earning a ton of reward for placement points here. And it is exactly how it should be. Reed and Ritual on the ultimate low ground, Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground, working their way down. 2v2v2 situation. Actually, no, there's 2 solos in between the 2 layers here. Okay, those are points to be claimed, but shots come in from above, and they just get melted down. Pollo and Peterbot clean up house here, and the cliff claims its toll there, forcing everyone into the bullets of the high ground duo.
That was just such a smooth transition from where we saw Peterbot and Pollo just tarping so freely through the low ground, picking off solos and duos alike. And then right when teams least expect it, they head up to the high ground with all of those materials, perfect kind of loadout MDF, and the rest is history. It's just a victory royale, simple as could be from there.
Let's run it back one more time from Peter and Pollo's perspective. Like we said, they started way down on the low ground, somehow clean up that entire layer, and then say, you know what, we want a little bit more. They start fighting their way straight up and run through Sphinx before, of course, claiming the high ground. You can see here, this is what I was talking about, that cliff, forcing players to try to find a way around it. It was inevitable that Pewdiepie and Pollo were going to win the game there, Taco, and just like that, they take game number 3 in strong fashion. They are back like they never left at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time, right? That's what we all like to believe, at least. But as far as the impact across the board, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, we'll get a moment to check in on that right after the short break.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 3, and guys, got some news. Peter and Pollo are back, baby. They never left. Sort of. But hey, listen, Victory Royale from the duo, a bunch of eliminations as well. We'll see how that has impacted the standings in just a moment. But the fact that these guys have come back, they've gotten themselves a Victory Royale. Remember, we kind of had this question. They weren't in week number 1. right? Venom clicks go absolutely crazy. And now we have a chance to kind of see them week number 2. And we're not seeing the 3 victory royales from Venom and Clicks. Now we're seeing Poyo and Peterbot picking up a victory royale instead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the big talking point for kind of us on the desk last week was like, okay, like Clicks and Venom are kind of running the competition, but it seemingly seems like they're kind of walking up to the high ground and nobody's really contesting them. And then we were like, well, we are missing Kanata, Cooper, and Peterbot and Poyo, 2 of the biggest name teams in the competition. And in games 2 and 3, Kelly, we have already seen the presence that Peterbot and Poyo kind of bring to the lobby, especially as it pertains to high ground.
Oh yeah, knowing when to take height and finally getting the opportunity to do so in game 3, unlike what we saw from game number 2, just showcases their ability that we saw from major number 2, the team to get 1,000 points and break every record known to Fortnite. And then what a shock it was for all of us that Peterbot and Poyo didn't even make it into round 4 for last week's qualifier. But now showing that the slight changes just to the items in Fortnite can make or break some of our top competitors in their ability to perform in these end games.
Okay, I like it. Okay, so now we get ourselves victory out. Let's take a look and see how this kind of changes the standings. Has it changed much? Have we seen a shakeup at the top, perhaps? The answer is no. Read in Ritual,
Wow.
even though Peterbot and Poyo got themselves a victory out with a bunch of elims, these guys are just looking like Venom and Clicks from last week. They are ahead of the pack, and they are not looking to be dethroned.
I mean, this is an incredible performance from Reed and Ritual. This is like crazy stuff. In fact, we were kind of talking before we came onto the desk right now, and we were like, wait a minute, like 202 points. Wait, EU today, their first place spot finished with 217 points, and that's after 6 games. And Reed and Ritual, after 3 games, have 202 already. I mean, that just speaks to how well they're playing. And Kelly, I mean, we got the eliminations are definitely the biggest contributing factor.
I think it's actually a little bit of 2 angles here. We do have 27 eliminations on Re and Ritual, which is 8 more than Peterbot and Poyo have, but also they have not placed below 5th place right here. Wow. And this is the view of a little bit of the downfall they had right there. It almost looked like they could have gone the victory royale in game number 3, but unfortunately the zone pulling over that hill right there, which of course Peterbot and Poyo on height gave them all of the position that they needed to be able to take Re and Ritual down, but their ability to control low ground, this is what they're known for. This is what we've seen from now literally years that they've been doing this. And finally, although week 1 was a little bit of a different story, this is what we expect out of the duo.
Just insane, right? And to think this is all happening kind of from the low ground, right? Vivid, to see this duo kind of showing out in this way, that's not something we're used to saying or even seeing.
I mean, they just look so good on the low ground right now, right? Like throughout like 10th, 11th zone, they don't even necessarily have that much control. They're not going for the front side low. Then they're just kind of like sneaking in through all of these builds and somehow just finding all of the eliminations in the world. And then eventually in 12th zone, that's kind of when they pounce. That's when they go to the front side of the moving zone. That's when they take the low ground. And so far, it's working out so good.
Yeah, and they start over in Reckless Railways. It definitely seems like this the zones have been kind of pulling a little bit into their favor, but the success that we saw from them in Major 1 was a lot due to the fact that they had Storm Surge Tower pretty much every single game, but now they've actually lost that to Bryson Bolts, who are landing a lot closer to the one that spawns around 60%, I think, most of the time. And so Re and Ritual are having to kind of change up their play style, and you can see what you just said, Vivid. We're used to them kind of staying at the front of zone, and that usually is because they have Storm Surge, or they have the Storm Tower, but Re and Ritual now just playing smart, kind of staying on that second low and just watching where everyone else is going. And again, the communication between these two doing a great job. Bolts and Bryce, though, a duo that over and over again, I swear we see them trying to take height, and sometimes it's a success like we see right here from them, but they just run out of mats so quickly and are kind of allowing themselves to get a little bit bullied by the other teams. But regardless of that, they're still doing a pretty good job, sitting currently in 5th place right now. And again, I do have to give credit to the tower, having the tower being able to give them a little bit of an awareness of where those zones are pulling.
Yeah, definitely a strong duo that we need to keep our eyes on, right? Coming 6th place last grand finals. So it would be no surprise to me if we go ahead and see them clutch up and make its grand finals this season. Muzz and Trashy down there in 10th place, right? I feel like that was one of my favorite duos out of the new duos I've kind of formed this season. I want to see them perform just a little bit better. And we got Clicks and Veno down there as well, 9th place. I wonder what the major causing factor is for kind of like the slowing down between Qualifiers 1 and Qualifiers 2, because I mean, Qualifier 1 was a completely different story.
Yeah, it was a blowout, right? These guys were so far ahead of everyone else. It was like, what? Is this over? Is this your champions? But yeah, there's still something slowing down. Maybe it is just Peter Bot and Pollo, right? Maybe it's the addition of Kanata and Cooper. And I just wanted to toss a little nod of the hat there to Visual and Braids, currently sitting in 3rd place. And these guys are the ones that just seem to have high ground on lockdown, and for one reason or another are forced to kind of give it up, usually around 11th zone. So maybe they can try and hold off that advance from other players. But listen, you want more action. We do as well. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to our casters.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. That's pretty much the halfway mark here of the competition already. And to Zeke's point, exactly that. If Visual and Braids can tighten up their high ground hold, possibly go a little bit earlier, maybe find a way to have a little bit more material, maybe we can see a team start to develop their stripes, if you will, here on the NA region.
Yeah, it's definitely been a reoccurring theme, though. We're seeing some of our more experienced teams. I mean, that's not to take away from Bryson Bold's experience by any means, or Visuals and Braids, but I think on that note, there are just so many teams that are kind of waiting for the later zones to develop before they make that charge for the high ground. And I think it's because of how chaotic the mid and low ground has been throughout the course of today's lobbies, that no one has really been able to establish much of anything, particularly through that mid ground. So whenever everybody's running low on materials, whoever's got the most, and last game lobby expectations was from Peter Bot and Pollo, but whether or not they can repeat it, we'll find out, because the next lobby ready to go.
Game number 4 is here, and that's it. Like I mentioned, we are halfway through the competition now. This could be the turning point for some, but if you're Re and Ritual, you're feeling good. You have a nice, comfortable lead up at the top. You figure things out here under the new state of the game. And that is, of course, part of the fun of what we're watching unfold here, as the huge adjustments that were rolled out earlier this week have already started to play its part, as we're seeing so many new teams, I feel like, really start to find their place in the current season. And look at this. You were asking about Bucky. Where was he? It seems like he's coming home to old trust here. Rapid and Batman Booga, though, land on top of Oak. His first beat him to the punch. A little bit more prepared here, if you will. And Rapid keeping the momentum up, trying to hunt down Bucky.
This is bad news bears all day long. Bucky trying to see if he can escape, but there's nowhere left to run. Batman Booga and Rapid, they've been dropping at Grim Gate. And it is a very well-known position for them. I don't want to say they made it look easy, but it's all coming down to just who gets the better drop in general as far as winning out Grim Gate is concerned. Can continue to pose some issues there for Bucky and Okus.
I just want to say, you know what? It came down to map knowledge as well. Rapid cut off Bucky very, very smartly, you know? Yeah, perfectly. Even if Batman Booga didn't come down from the high ground and, you know, close it out fast, I mean, Rapid had his number. Like, it was looking like he had it on speed dial. I'm sure Bucky was going to make it there, unfortunately.
We'll have to sit back and watch, though. See what happens throughout the course of Game 4. Maybe Lobby 5, they might try to switch up that initial point of contention. Revise, gone fishing for Vorteca. Might need to be a little bit careful, though. At the same time, Thunderburst SMG. And here's Tahi to help pick up the rest of what was left over from Vorteca's health. Revised and Tahi trying to do what they can to control this southern portion of Brutal Beachhead. But for anybody that missed it, quick review of how that first elimination went down. And it's simply just Paco trying to escape the warship, but nowhere left to run. Bit unfortunate for sure.
Continued fight here with Mixon and Duo. Jabco and Quanti, since Game 1, have continued to not necessarily get the best of Blaha and Mixon, but neutralize them nonetheless. And I would have thought, right, given the earlier commentary, that Mixon and Blaha would have been very much dominant, because this is where they perform best. When they have these early game fights, they do tend to close them faster, but I just feel like, Quanti's bringing his match here. Really have them outnumbered.
But Quanti in his own right, though, he very regularly, I'd be more surprised to see Quanti at a drop that is uncontested than what I am seeing him regularly challenging other players at their drops. And Research Rock is going to be no different. And also the story with Baja and Mixon, I think part of their success from the last season kind of stemmed from the fact that they didn't necessarily have to be as up close and personal with that initial contention. Because last season, the manner that they were landing at south of the map, they had options to disengage. But here at Research Rock, there's nowhere to run. They've got to take the fight into their own hands. Great free file there from Mixon wrapping around the corner, but gets stuck in the doorway. No escape available, and the backup from Quanti going to be more than enough. Now it's just a classic 2 versus 1 situation. Blaha trying to see if he can go for some form of recovery here, but Yapko incredibly low. Yapko, Quanti, bit of panic, both stuck on the doorway. That just ended up being Mixon's demise, and they don't want to find themselves in a similar fate.
And look at who's creeping up. Liam and Noah. Hearing all that's going on. If Mixon didn't throw up a wall here. Oh, he didn't throw up the wall there. Did not expect another team to come in. And now Liam, Noah healthy, plenty of material. And not only that, the resources off the down bodies will likely close this fight up pretty quickly. Look, they're on full nitro. They run in. No fear, no problem. Great defensive tax here from Yako. Actually forced Noah to reconsider, and he gets taken down. And now it's a trade as Liam has to heal up here. Pops the cola. Wow.
The classic revive exchange. Yapko kind of wagering the fact that his odds are a little bit better if he's able to bring Quanti back up and running. Same case scenario here for Liam and Noah. But given how much favorable it looked initially for Liam and Noah, the fact that Quanti and Yapko, that was a nice execution that they had. Granted, Quanti maybe a little bit left to the wolves slightly longer than what Yapko had initially intended, but Yapko still did what he needed to do. He got some really solid tags, some great damage from behind, and that is going to be good enough. Quanti, Yapko, full disengage. They're going to be able to rely on these slurp cacti as well. They could even make use of some of these flaming boost hoops as well as launch pads that are kind of scattered throughout the southern portion of the map.
I just love how they had a full strategy ready for once they got out of there. Works out perfectly. And we talked about that lack of defensive coverage. You can see from the perspective of Liam there how it worked out. Back on to the other side here. A little bit more of some greener pastures. You have Vino and Clicks right now, already 2 eliminations. The classic type of split position going on here, but I do believe that might be Clicks playing for the tower here, the forecast tower, where Vino's playing for surge tags. This could be their game. They haven't left the top 10 by any means, but after game 1's near victory royale, we might be seeing them fight for a dub right now.
Ooh, Veno. Wow. You can actually see how that first elimination actually occurred. It's just Hound. Nowhere left to run.
That's 2 games. Hound and Mason have been eliminated very early.
And that's also, I think, part of the risk that's involved with their drop on that southwest side of the map by Reclaim Villa, because Clicks and Veno, keep in mind, they're in that Sandy Steps territory. So they've got prime opportunities to just leverage the hills that are available right next to that Snooty Station. It's a little bit north of Sandy Steps where Clicks and Veno like to drop, and they can just consistently apply those DMR tags or even Enforcer assault rifle shots towards the teams that are in that west side position. So it's certainly tough, I think, for Mason and Hound when they hit the ground running off an initial drop. But if they do manage to survive, we've seen them make some pretty big plays. If they make it to the end game, it's just about whether or not they can convert those early game woes into a nice mid and late game transition.
Right in between the rig and brawlers, you could see teams starting to pile up here. Fights finally ending. The Sphinx and Duke's got their eyes here on Kylie, who seems to be by himself, actually. Likely getting pushed by Aminished and Duo. In the storm. Go ahead.
Look like, I was just going to say, Scented, definitely much further south with walkers than what I would have initially anticipated. I mean, they were originally landing more towards coastal columns, which is far north, and now all the way down by Little Dirty Dock. And they're not the only team. I mean, even Noah, Liam, part of the reason why they were able to get that pick off early on onto Blaha at Research Rock is because some teams just kind of going on tour, just experimenting. This initial starting point didn't work out for us. Let's see if we can kind of shift our drops, see if that'll pan out a little bit more in our favor. So it is interesting because when you really boil it all down, most of these teams, as far as semis is concerned, they've all practically guaranteed their spots in uppers and lowers. And granted, uppers, I think arguably a slightly more favorable position because you can leverage, you have more opportunities technically to qual to that grand finals lobby. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of these players are kind of viewing this more as just set lobby practice in general. So trying out these new strategies, these new drops, seeing if they might help you out a little bit more with early game success. I like that teams are willing to experiment.
Epic Will and Threats right now fighting their way through the storm here. The zone ends up doing the work for them to close this one out here. And it's been a pretty tough day for Epic Will and Threats overall as they've hung out amongst the bottom of the standings. A lot of work to be had here if they want to be up towards the top at the moment. Braids and Visuals, our sleeper duo who has managed to fight for height time and time again here. Out of the 3 games, we've seen them up there at least 2.5 times. But hold up. We got to jump in with Reet and Ritual, our lead team right now, running through. Tyler, now Curve. The backup is here. Reet closes the deal. But no, actually, Curve slips out the side, so he gets the shield crack. He just needs to finish him off, but Curve's on the run. Be wise of Reet to play for the pickup, but no, instead he goes for the fight, looking for the side angle. Very smartly placed there, and look at the movement, man. This is what Reet has always been known for.
This is also Reet and Ritual's drop. If anybody's going to have map knowledge of Reckless Railways, it's going to be Reet and Ritual, but Curve seals the deal, gets the finish, that full elimination, but won't be able to go for the revive onto Tyler. Unfortunately, no shield left to work with either. He's got to have the most exact shots of all time and hope that Reet doesn't manage to connect one in the process, but it's just too tall of a task to ask for. At the same time, though, damage has been done. Reet, he's going to have to play for the reboot. And granted, he is isolated for the time being, but that's going to delay Reet and Ritual's rotate into this south pulling zone towards that Nitrodrome. So trouble could be on the horizon for one of our leading duos of the day.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up panning out for them, as getting taken out, playing into a reboot situation is definitely a time loss and a big setback there. But Aviv and Booga, who have found themselves inside the zone, sitting up right on top of a very skilled duo in Rise and Agers, might have their work cut out for them. Teams positioned all around them too, likely to start looking in on what's happening here. I can see those crosshairs aiming right this way. Booga and Aviv sense the danger, and they try to go ahead and rotate out. But you can see lack of Flowberry Fizz or Nitro doesn't really give them too much distance, but still, the timing was well, so they get far enough for now.
The Nitrodrome has really had such a fall from grace, though, ever since the removal of that Boombo, Ringmaster Scar's medallion, and that perk of infinite ammo. A lot less desirable, I think, because you have to remember, you're marked on the map whenever you are carrying one of those 3 medallions. And I think part of the reason Kanata and Cooper even had some struggles in some of our starting lobbies is did see them opting to carry that medallion at the start. And again, when you are marked and you're trying to establish search strategy, it can be difficult when everybody knows exactly where you're coming from. So not too surprised to see teams kind of opting to leave the Remaster Scar Medallion behind. Instead, focus in, hone in a little bit more on just the direct rotates to zone. And there is still possibilities as well for these late rotates, especially for the players that are kind of pushing from the elevation that's involved with Mount Olympus. Quanti and Yapko, they've definitely done a solid job at recovering. All things considered, decent loadouts. Scissor and Chimp right in front of them as well. Trying to get some tags in while they can. They've got to be careful because they might have some other teams sneaking up behind them.
Hope you guys are not done with the Peterbot and Boyo story, because they have continued to give us a reason to tune in and watch what they are up to. This is likely to be their first set of an engagement this early into the game, and Peterbot's going to go and make the call here to back out. I'm more curious as to why, given that this is a completely isolated battle. However, they are probably looking for easier angles, and honestly, they'll get the advantage of the storm once it reveals itself where the zone's pulling.
Look at the direction, though, Peterbot is focused in on. It's the flaming boost hoop. He doesn't want to leave himself in a spot where Peterbot and Pollo couldn't necessarily see any teams rotating through that flaming boost hoop. So he's definitely trying to keep tabs of that general direction, slightly east of Redline Rig. And simultaneously, could even look for two separate angles to try and hold teams on their rotates. Dukes and Sphinx, though, they come flying in overhead.
Oh my gosh.
Flaming boost for a reason.
They didn't even see Peterbot there, by the way. They just landed right near him just as he was coming out, popping out from behind that rock, farming the tree. That timing could have been so much worse had Boyo and Peterbot been side by side there. And look, Boyo's on the move right now. They're looking to relocate here, and the angles are good. Peterbot gets a couple tags here onto Dukes now, forcing them into the low ground team of Aminish and Cam. So Dukes and Sphinx, unknowing here, getting closer and closer into danger territory. It's just a deadly trio right here.
And Peterbot and Pollo, they've got all the advantages in the world if you think about it. They are closest towards that south edge of zone. So they'll have the opportunity to just keep looking back, keep trying to exchange tags, maybe even secure another elimination or 2 or 3 or 4 if they're lucky. They're forcing everybody, though, to just keep having to wrap even further west of the zone, maybe even pushing some of these teams more towards the water. Cam and Aminish kind of recognizing the fact that this is a difficult exchange to opt for. Reet, though, adding to the count. Keep in mind, Ritual and Reed, they're number 1 and 2 in individual eliminations, 14 and 13 respectively. So make that 14 now for Reed, 16 for Ritual. Nice spot to be in as far as elimination leads are concerned.
On the move right now. As they just get in here, they will have to likely take a fight here very soon. See the damage taking its toll here onto Reed's HP pool there from the storm. They land on the health cactus? I couldn't see it. Doesn't look like it.
They have, should be regenerating relatively soon. But again, keep in mind that desert part of the map littered with slurp cacti, so even if they aren't directly next to one, they're bound to rotate next to some as they keep their pace up. Bryce, though, without bolts, getting slightly held up here at the Nitrodrome as well. This is not going to be an easy rotate by any means. He's trying to just kind of linger. So many floppers, though, that he can work with at least from inside the storm.
This is right on cue. We jump in with Peterbot finishing an elimination here. Picking one up. And take a look. A lot of teams rotating around right now, trying to see if they can get a more favorable light side of the zone there. And look, he lands right on in, straight off the boost tube, perfectly on Desire. And then gets the finisher. That's a refresher. Welcomed one, and then another elimination being set up here. Back to back now, as they've cut off Bax and Claire here. Great tag. He's just trapped. Bax aim gets finished off there as well.
So many heals as well.
Medallion?
Peterbot has that machinist medallion. He's going to drop it early, though, for Pollo, since Pollo's health a little bit worse for wear in comparison to Peterbot. And regardless, because of their material count and their plethora of heals, Peterbot, Pollo, they're just going to box up for a moment here in metal. A luxury few can afford to do at this stage, but they're 769 above the damage threshold, while so many others are struggling. Peterbot and Pollo just continue to thrive, and visuals as well. Slight ramp up, but he's got to be very wary of when he actually decides to peak.
No, this is perfect. Peterbot was like, "Oh, you're gonna sit on a ramp with no cone." He was about to jump on him right away, and then they just recognize it's probably gonna be a free elimination. Yep, all signs point to this team needing to key visuals. And just like that, they sent him right back to the lobby. That's 4 elims now, more material, and they are just loaded up here. Take a look at Bryce coming in, finding Edgy here, cones him up, grabs the wall, also making it look very easy. That's not far north where Peterbot and Pollo were just at. Jumping in with Bryce, though, Taco, he is 300 below, just about 234 right there.
Yeah, initially you would think that elimination would help out, but when you are this far down in the damage threshold, no heals, no shield, 11 white HP, only 70 shield directly.
Just log out, right?
It's feeling like a go next, that's for sure.
Oh,
If Bryce gets a recovery from this point, that's a massive momentum swing as far as confidence is concerned, but I think a player as experienced as Bryce can kind of recognize the fact that he's just got to play sneaky for placements. Maybe he gets a cleanup on the backside. You can tell there's a big box fight happening directly up above him, but he's got to be wary of when he actually chooses to shoot. Spots Rise getting knocked, but he's just too far down the hill. That's going to be an easy cleanup from ahead. Ager's not going to allow any form of a bounce back there.
Meanwhile, Re and Ritual slip their way to danger thresholds here with the Surge being active right now. And although we're in moving zone territory, Re and Ritual will have to put their focus in on damage, not just the rotation right now. They're going to be one of the first to get a move on here. You have options like Epic Whale and Threats there off to the outer edge. Peterbot loses Pollo here. Last we jumped in with Pollo, he had a slither of health. It seems like things couldn't quite bounce favorable for them. Peterbot not done yet. Still looking to hold his general position here and fight back.
At the same time, though, spotted out Clix and Veno. Keep in mind, Clix Veno, they established control for the forecast tower very early on. It seems as though they're definitely trying to leverage it, biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike as far as the next rotation is concerned. But Ritual Re, they've got a whole elimination on their hands. Rigby, unfortunately, nothing worse than being the player that gets tossed into somebody else's turf, but Ritual and Reed still very much on high alert. Seems evident that they've got some kind of an audio cue, and Zooks and Bacon just one layer above them for the time being. They might be hoping that they actually opt to drop to that ultimate low ground, and if they do, Reed and Ritual, they'd be more than happy to try and scoop up another knocker elimination or two.
It's a great update from the high ground. If Eve and Booga have a chance right now to put themselves into that top 10 conversation, possibly solidify themselves even better placements now. They've broken the triple-digit points threshold, but also have high ground. Meanwhile, Clix and Veno on the outskirts there, also at the spear point of the zone. Rotate here, Re and Ritual finding their way slowly up the damage numbers. in this end game. There goes the Nitro boost. Off they go to the front side of the zone here. And this is what they did great last time, securing a low ground position early and clearing up the low ground. Let's see how it's going to work out for them right now. More action happening here. Clix and Veno slightly later with their rotate, but not too bad as they find themselves closer to the mid-ground layers. The focus, though, the shots come in and they lose their base for what it's worth.
Veno, though, could be under a whole world of hurt. It's got Chimp and Scissor on the other side, now a floor above. But quick pause in the action here. Clix Veno will be able to recuperate some shields off the Flowberry Fizz. Kanata and Cooper, on the other hand, they're also trying to just stay in a decent position inside of this hill, trying to see if they can play for that secondary height control. Unestablished layer just hovering towards the front side of zone as well, looking up now. And again, there's some builds leading towards the high ground, but Reet and Ritual might be who Kanata and Cooper encounter first. All depends. They've actually found themselves a little bit further back, but one more time, front ground, up front side of zone, low ground, I should say, under their control.
And Vino didn't mean to jump down there, unfortunately, but either way, he still has a chance here to continue to make up more points. Inside of a top 10 now. Reciprocal and G-Monster went from giving up the high ground to Buga Naveed to recontesting for it and now having to try to defend it up against Kanata and Cooper. And that's going to be unsuccessful here as G-Monster does fall. Reciprocal falls shortly after and then loses Kanata. So Cooper's by himself. He finds Tahi there. So a lot of different teams looking to get inside the conversation here. In a bad read on the Storm, I think, from Cooper for a moment there, but gets to pick up his teammate. He gives him a little bit of runway to work with. On the other side of the low ground here, though, Reet and Ritual continue to clean up the low ground. That's Vino, that's Clix. Down and out. The elimination run for Reet and Ritual continue here, and then they find Muzz as well.
Just not your floor. Unfortunate stuff there for Muzz. Drops in instantly. I mean, he didn't have any HP to work with, though, to be fair. Muzz was just hoping that there was going to be nobody on that ultimate low ground. But again, Ritual and Reet just continue to powerhouse through the front side of this ultimate low ground. Cooper Kanata now fully replenished on the high ground. What they don't have much of, though, is just the materials. But Cooper, small refresh, he's got to make it to work with now. He's just waiting. Kanata probably banking on being able to play a little bit of disruptor here towards the end of it all. Now they're going to finally drop a little bit closer towards Reet and Ritual, kind of just creeping up onto them. 2 versus 2 situation. This could be Kanata and Cooper's first victory royale of the day. It's all going to come down to the final moments of the zone. Only one build left to work with. Make that none. Cooper trying to chop through, but Reet and Ritual, they're just going to come down to an all-out brawl here at the end. And Kanata seemingly in the favorable spot to close this one. Now, last tag's going to do it. Reet and Ritual have finally fallen here. And lobby number 4 going to belong entirely to Kanata and Cooper.
Excellent job as well for them coming from the fight of the game. Really, they really did have to really work for it because Tahi tried to contest them. They had to take out G-Monster on the high ground. You have Buga Naveed with intentions to try to maintain their spot there, but in the end, Cooper and Kanata do end up winning here. Take a look at how Cooper gets the trade that he needs and puts the damage in onto Reet, and then in clean fashion, Kanata closes it out with a wonderful drop shot there. Dignitas Kanata, Dignitas Cooper win for game number 4. They were out of the conversation, almost out of the race, if you will, after those first 3 games. We're talking them down what seemed like for a moment there, but here they are back in the action. So with that, we're going to need a quick second here to recoup. We'll be back after this.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 4. And guess what happened? Kanata and Cooper got themselves the victory royale. They stole it away from Reet and Ritual, which was kind of close. And for a moment, we all held our breath. But Kanata and Cooper do the unthinkable. They finally set aside the kings and say, you know what? You think you're the king? Try again. Now, what's crazy that our cast was actually called out, guys, was that we kind of haven't seen much of Kanata and Cooper today. They've kind of been a little bit radio silent, but now to see them come out this strong, to get themselves the victory royale, especially halfway in the competition, you got to think for the last 2 games, they're feeling energized and ready to go.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine what Kanata is sounding like right now. We're streaming most of his games. Always extremely energetic, especially when those wins come in. And what a way to go ahead and get that win right there. I'm not gonna lie though, that was a big 2v2 that we just had to actually end that game. I mean, it was Kanata and Cooper versus Reet and Witchell, who, by the way, are of course on an absolute tear today. But I'm not gonna lie, Kelly, I was kind of rooting for Reet and Witchell, and I thought they had it.
Okay, I'm the biggest fan of Reet and Ritual, but I was kind of rooting for Kanata and Cooper there, because how do you go down in zone 11 and then Cooper is able to revive Kanata on height? You just have to wonder, was no one else aware of what exactly was going on the high ground? But of course, Reet and Ritual weren't, because they were sticking to the low ground as we know them to do. And something that we haven't really seen in the first 2 games, where you kind of called it out, Vivid, before, that they weren't really trying to stay at the front of zone like we know them to. But around zone 11, that is exactly what they did. And it really is circumstantial for them. They don't necessarily always want to be in that position, but when the time is right, that is when they're able to kind of encroach on everyone's abilities. They're always staying around the edge, whether that's the front or the side. But obviously, the low ground is their terrain to dominate all the other competitors here. So another set of eliminations plus a second placement. I can only imagine just how much farther they are going to be up on the leaderboard.
I'm not gonna lie, Zeke, this is absolutely disgusting. I mean, I can't believe I'm about to read off these placement numbers right now for Ritual and Reet, but I'm not lying when I say their 4 games go as follows: 3rd, 5th, 3rd, and 2nd. What is going on with Ritual and Reet right now? I mean, they have figured something out, whether it be like a little bit of a Nitro nerf that we saw, just absolutely allowing them to play just a little bit more free on that low ground, find so many eliminations. And that game right there, game number 4, another 12 elimination game.
These guys are, again, what we kind of saw from Veno and Clicks last week, right? And now to kind of see them show up, and like Kelly said, these guys are just owning the low ground. And what's crazy is even this last game, you kind of saw everyone's in the shamble situation. Everyone is hanging out in low ground. They're taking the fight to Veno and Clicks, to Booga. Doesn't matter who's standing in their way. They are the ones to come out on top. I mean, how do we stop these guys? We talk a lot about momentum. These guys have it in troves right now.
It might not be possible, Kelly, to actually stop these guys. I mean, you watch some of the highlights, right? And it's like, yeah, it seems like they're always positioned so well. And the plays that they make are always so in sync. They're just great teammates working extremely well together right now. And they've seemingly got the meta figured out for themselves.
I would say the only way to take them down is to fight them in the early and mid game. But then around, zone 3, Ritual was down and Reet had to go and take down Curve inside of the storm and was able to get the elimination, was able to get the reboot. So you're right. When we saw their domination a few majors ago, a lot of it was due to the fact of their ability to kind of pinch players while fighting and also going for the tower every single time, but they're not going for the tower every single time right now. And it seems like they're going again for their aggression. It's really interesting. We talk about items that make top players better, but I think Nitro kind of made everyone a little better. So now that it's nerfed again, these top players can have a little bit of that skill gap go to their advantage once again. And speaking of an advantage, Zeke, almost 100-point lead over the reigning champs of Peter Bon Poito. Well, that's going to be Ritual and King Reet.
I think absolutely like insane, right? And what I want to set the context for is when you look at this top 2, right? These guys, both of these duos already have spots at global championships, right? They don't have to prove anything. They're already going to globals next year, or rather later this year. But it's not just about that. It's not just like, hey, we're going to go there. These guys have one goal in mind. It's to win. And when I think about globals in that context, to see Peter Bon Poyo, Reet and Ritual go head to head, this is just one region, right? Eventually, we're going to have to contend with 5 other regions. But if this was grand finals, you know, we're not looking at the top 10. We're looking at the top 12 to go through. I mean, guys, this has been crazy. And when you look down that list, right, you've still got Clicks, you've got Booga, you've got all these Titans looking to try and just make sure one thing, we stay in upper bracket because we want grand finals.
Now, I'm happy that you kind of mentioned Clicks and Venom right there. A little bit of a resurgence in game number 4 right there. They did pick up a 7th place, but I kind of wanted to use their qualifier 1 round for, you know, domination that they kind of had, right? How well they did in that as a metric right now to kind of compare the 2 weeks. We keep talking about Clicks and Venom. They played so well in qualifier number 1, and after the 6 games, they had 295 points. That was with 3 wins. Ritual and Wheat, after 4 games, 282 points already. Wow.
So much to dissect and break down. I'm getting word, though. We've got to go into the next game, game number 5. Will this continue to just be the Reet and Ritual show? Let's find out together. Casters, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, right now, it's definitely looking very heavily in favor of Reet and Ritual. It's like a whole new beast has been unleashed inside of these NA lobbies, MDF. But at the same time, I think we could definitely see some new superstars rise to the surface. We still have 2 more games left to run through.
I couldn't agree more with you, especially considering the point lead. So Reed and Ritual, they're feeling good. They have their positions locked in, and they're setting themselves up to have a, you know, again, a confidence boost as we start gearing into the 3-week gap. So let's jump into the next game because it's ready.
And just like that, lobby number 5 has begun to ensue. Everybody departing from the battle bus. But Monster, again, we have definitely seen a little bit of favoritism as far as how some of these early contested fights are panning out. But this one at Brutal Beachhead in particular, last lobby was one of the first circumstances where we saw a really heavy influence take place because of that third-party swing.
Yeah, Revised and Tahi here have a little bit of a advantage, if you will, as they've gotten the chest secured and then an upgraded one right behind that. So fights might be breaking out, but let's jump over to another side of the action here. The other side, I should say, Liam, who has the high ground. It all makes sense now. As you saw, they had success with a late rotate here. Liam and Noah have all advantage. Oh, not looking good for Mixon as he gets tagged up a few times. This is before they even get to really get situated here against Quanti and Jopko. Quanti just watching. Tactical pistol doesn't find much, but still great tags nonetheless.
The double tack pistol, though, could be problematic. Nuka-Cola, back-to-back Nuka-Colas as well, thanks to the chest find. And that'll be a nice boost. Quanti finally going to get some shields online. This 2 versus 2 up against Blaha and Mixon. They need to find closure ASAP because, again, that third-party potential we saw from the top of the hill, just a little bit east of Brawler's Battleground. Liam, Noah trying to take control, swing the tides in their favor. But again, Quanti and Yapko, they are not willing to budge as far as departing from Research Rock just yet. They want at least 1 elimination before their ideal rotation can come into play. Just trying to scavenge whatever's left over at this point, because again, sometimes the materials and the overall resources available at this split here at Research Rock, it can be relatively thin and scattered.
I don't like the idea of Mixon and Blaha sticking around too long. They, if anything, should have learned their lesson from the last game with the late rotates from Noah and Liam. Not only that, they got shot before they even touched down this time around. So they should recognize that this Noah and Liam are very much waiting for them to take the fight against Jopko and Quanti here. And Jopko and Quanti, with no regards to any other factors here, are looking to press forward. Nitro comes out, repositions their way around. Both sides have shield and material to work with here, so this can go any way. Quanti's going to be the first to get damaged, though. Punishment comes in. Blaha with the side angle now, and a little misplay there as he runs out of ground to work with, but all in all here, danger still lurking above.
And finally, looks as though Liam and Noah are starting to try and close that distance a little bit from where they were perched on their hill, kind of recognizing the fact without scopes on that tactical assault rifle, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually confirm body tags from afar. So they've decided we're going to just join the fray directly. This could be really bad news, though, for Yapko. He's so isolated. Quanti is going to have to reunite with his teammates soon enough, Liam, but Yapko, he's got the heads up. He was expecting this. Liam instantly trying to bail Noah right next to him, but Yapko, he's got Noah a little bit pinned here. Quanti may even get an opportunity to finalize that knock onto Liam with how low he is, but instead, Yapko just trying to hold his own here. Doesn't want to forfeit too much ground. Doesn't want to allow an opportunity for Blaha and Mixon to look for a hard engage onto Quanti.
Funniest part about that is they were so silent, but the door makes noise, right? It's just like, it's great. That's great. Mixon and Blaha, I like how they step up here, but I would have liked to see him press a little bit faster, given they had a chance. They had all awareness of Quantum being behind the wall there. Force him back. This is just a big old reset. No damage coming in, so they are losing time here. The zone's on the way as well. So it's going to be time to get on out. Liam and Noah long gone here. What's happening over here? Shadow, Virgo still on the fight. On the prowl right now. Up against Tahi and Revise. Revise jumps around. Great block by Virgo, who's just a tag away. I'm seeing the downed status. Revise has got him here. Virgo ready, waits for him to come in and hits the shot. And on the other side, simultaneously, Shadow deletes Tahi as well. Just doesn't get better. Shadow and Virgo come out on top. They earn themselves a couple more points here. Very much needed as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough day for some of these teams. Nerface and Sid. Again, the team contesting Hound and Mason West on the map here at Reclaim Villa, Sandy Strip turf. Nerface, though, loses Sid. Recognizes it's all down to his lonesome. He's trying to scurry away wherever he can. Needs an opportunity to see if he can get this med kit off. See if he can pop his shield potion even. But Mason, Hound, they're just creeping up ever so steadily. Both of them, though, low enough that they think twice. They don't want to just blindly aggress. They want to confirm clean elimination onto Nerface, and sure enough, their patience has paid off. Sid, nowhere left to run. And Mason, Hound, while they have been temporarily victorious here on that west portion of their contested drop, still have to keep in mind the real threat that's lurking nearby. That's going to be Clicks and Veno. You can see those arrows just a little bit northeast. Trouble definitely brewing if Hound and Mason aren't careful and they're rotate out.
Take a look at Vino right here, looking in. He's got a team down low, boxed up right now. Probably just finished a fight. This is, of course, what Vino does best. Very widespread coverage here, wherever it may be. Always wandering around, just looking for anything right now. What's more surprising after last week's victories is that they haven't picked one up yet today, so they might just be due for one.
Just ran through that flaming boost tube, though, so it's clear that definitely wants to see if he can find a better angle on some teams kind of littered throughout the area. Maybe get a couple more tags in tow. Yapko and Quanti, meanwhile, they've got Dorito and Yasir on the ropes here. And sure enough, Yapko, a couple of shots gonna seal the deal. That's one knock onto Yasir. Dorito can't even afford to take another couple ticks of Storm. He's just lurking in the water right now. Will pick up some heals left behind by Yasir, but will it be enough? Yapko, incredibly low. Trying to be careful. Now he's playing these walls. Quanti actually knocked in the process. It's bolts from afar. Third party just intervening. small lifeline here for Dorito, and Dorito actually fighting back. Bryce gonna get knocked in the process, but good recovery there out of Bolts, and he will be able to get the revive off successfully. So ultimately, Bolts and Bryce prospering from that third-party engagement, but still got to be wary of Vert and Kylie just a little bit further up the hills of Mount Olympus.
Dangerous duel. Never know. You have such a skilled team's going to land on you. Ritual right now, eyeing up inside the storm. Thermal scope fully set up right now. No one pops out the grand station just yet. They know, for a fact there's someone in there. There's actually 3 players in there, so 2 teams inside of the grand station. A little bit of a standoff, and actually marks the back of the grand station, saying, I think I know where they're at. I think I know where they're going to at least exit out from. Likely looking to see if there's a reboot around here as well. So they're trying to position themselves all the way up to take full advantage of what's happening here. And yeah, look, get the spot, and he couldn't have called it better. Read them like a book, and this is just perfect now, as they have full advantage, so they know there's a solo left alive. Still have to be very careful, though. They're split up looking for 1 player, but they don't recognize there's actually 2 individuals. Ritual's exposed. Re is also exposed to the backside. And there goes the tags. That's from 1.
If anything, it's just going to call for a brief pause here as Reed now leading the charge onto Doxy. And Doxy nowhere left to run, already lost his duo earlier on. Only 1 player left standing out of the 3 that it started off here at Reckless Railways, and it's going to be Staxa Rooney just tucked away in a corner at the far end of the train station, hoping that Reed and Ritual don't encounter him. He's got the door wide open, utilizing some bandages just to keep his health in a decent spot. But Reed and Ritual, they're content to wait. And this is what Reed and Ritual have also done so well throughout the course of today, MDF. They have just fully bottlenecked all of these teams from the northeast side of the map as they start to make these rotates, pooling, because a lot of these zones just having been towards that southern southwest part of the map. Reed and Ritual, no, they just have full control of the flow on the lobby of those players. They are pretty much restricting all rotates by holding teams consistently at Reckless Railways. Staxa Rooney just going to be 1 more to add to the count as Ritual and Reed side by side yet again. So in sync with each other right now.
Love how Ritual played that straight aggression, grab the wall, they push in with pure confidence and close the fight. Very much in shape right now, showing exactly why they're up at the top of the standings with a substantial lead, especially across all eliminations here. Meanwhile, in the bunker, also deep in the storm, just a little bit more eastern here. If Threats and Epic Whale still haven't quite found their footing. It's a team that, of course, recently have gotten together here, given the departure of Clicks and Epic Whale. Unfortunately, not as much success right now for Epic Whale.
It's definitely been probably more quiet performances, especially when you look at the direct comparison to when it was Epic with Clicks. But at the same time, even in the last season, search strategy and those mid-game rotations posed to be the biggest issue for Epic and Clicks. So now Epic with Threats still landing at Lavish Lair. Again, just kind of having to go cross-country so consistently. I think that's a big part of the reason why we haven't necessarily seen them kind of at the top of the leaderboards, because it is difficult to make such a far rotate from that northern side of the map all the way down south. And you have to do it without compromising every single one of your material counts and resources along the way. And they don't have Slurp Cacti to rely on, unlike players in that southern side of the map. Free regeneration. Bucky Yokus, though, they love playing for Rift Island. They made it out of Grim Gates this time. G-Money Reciprocal fighting for their lives currently. A lot of brick getting thrown out at will here. But G-Money just catches Bucky slipping. Bucky thought he had control. At the same time, G-Money just reminding him nothing's ever really safe. Pre-established turf on this Rift Island. But now it's going to be Pump and Empen trying to pay them a visit, and Pump just deleted practically the moment that he rips in.
Got to really respect G-Monster right now. It's a very, very clean performance we've seen so far from him, and he's continued to, be one of the few players that have just caused upset after upset. Now finding Pump from Team Empen. Nitro comes out. That's going to negate the fall damage, and straight into the wood box they go. That's a mistake for Empen there. He knows it. They know it. Quick close and a finish there. That's going to push them up to 3 eliminations now. And pure refreshes across the board. Plenty of brick as well to go ahead and farm back here. That's going to put them right back in the game at cap material count. And I don't even think they actually got to secure the capture point in time. Teams land on them before they could actually secure it. So plenty more to retreat to. Meanwhile, Peterborough and Boyo pushing their way towards 200 points now with that elimination they just picked up.
Seems like G-Money and Reciprocal, more than anything, they could have maybe even been pausing actually capturing Rift Island because they wanted other teams to come and challenge them. They knew they had so many pre-existing builds already established. It was going to make fights all the easier, as well as giving them good angles onto the players rifting in, like what we saw happen to Pomp, just instantly smacked the moment that he came through that rift. And have to expect part of the reason why we're seeing a team like Empen and Pump head up towards the top of Rift Island in the first place. They're likely looking for some resources that they didn't have success with earlier on in this lobby. But Peterborough and Boyo, Bacon and Zooks, just getting absolutely doused in the process here. I don't think you could look for faster time to elimination than that.
It's pretty clean from Peterborough and Boyo here. It's not a team in sight either that's going to be stepping up to them. Jumping into a Kanata and Cooper now, who are on the move here. One position to the next. The zone's going to pop and reveal itself, and off they go, wasting no time here. I like this move here. I like this rotate. There's a team right above them, though. It's Veno. It's Clicks. And look, the immediate decision to go ahead and continue to dip low. Played into this indestructible low ground for the rotate here. Very smart. You're just seeing the Kanata experience come into full play here as he is leading Cooper into better and better situations here. And this is coming right off that last game that they really did need to win. They needed to, put themselves in the conversation, put themselves on the leaderboard.
You got to keep in mind the Kanata, he's openly stated IG yelling is everything. Decision making is where I'll provide the difference. He's very open about that fact in interviews, and essentially looking to try and just outsmart his opponents. And yeah, like you already called, just an excellent display of experience, but still a little bit surprised to see some of the teams that have been struggling throughout the course of today, because when you factor in the way that some of these duos looked throughout round 3 of opens, I mean, Bacon Zook's a primary example. Those guys had 4 victory royales from yesterday. And then here today, just having a tough time converting their mid game into a strong late game. But that is kind of just the nature and the differences, I think, of a set lobby experience. But still excited to see whether or not they bounce back in that final lobby. They're not the only ones looking to try and establish themselves, finish the day strong. Visuals Braids, another one of our teams that I think we saw glimpses of greatness from earlier on today. And it's just tough to always replicate that success.
See Braids and Visuals right now. 87 above the surge threshold. This is where the pressure starts to set in, especially if you're a team like them who's somewhat deep into the storm here, so they don't really have the advantage of being on the edge to take a box fight or find a rotating team. They will be at the mercy, likely, of others nearby. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual somehow with 3 eliminations right now are still below the damage threshold of where they want to be, but they have a team below them. It's Scented and Walkers. This would be the last option for them to go ahead and take here, especially position this far out on the edge of the zone. Other teams, if they took a fight here, will surely look to target these fresh builds once everything breaks out. They need to find tags yesterday. So there's problems starting on the horizon right now, finally, for Reet and Ritual. This is the worst we've seen in them.
Could always be worse, though. At the very least, Reet and Ritual have a good idea of the general directions that players are located, but the situation becomes too pressed for time. They become too squeezed and don't want to expend much more of their resources. They might just look to take that battle with Walkers and Scented directly below them, but it seems as though that is that worst case scenario for these two. They want to find the tags from afar before having to risk it all on a singular box fight, especially one that isn't necessarily in their favor, because Scented and Walkers don't believe that they're actually below. That's their threshold, but this is the patience that Reet and Ritual are waiting for Scented and Walkers to rotate first. A classic game of chicken. They got a few tags in, but will it be enough? No, still sitting 52 below the surge threshold. Reet going to be forced to use his only medkit, singular shield potion left behind. Even for a team that's kind of been leading the way all day today, MDF, this might even be too tall a task to ask from them. And sure enough, Reet draw some focal points from the rest of the lobby, and he's going to get knocked for the count.
That's crazy. He was moving so well. I thought he was going to actually make it there. Beautiful tag there for Ritual to keep him in the game right now. Look, this is it. It's all or nothing right now. Just Nitro Boost in hand. He's going to have to go ahead and find something, make something out of nothing here. Could there be a cacti or some leftover heals here is the question at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be all she wrote here. The Storm, and there it is, picked up by Agers and Rise. Little delivery for the two. First place is down and out. Reet and Ritual, though, have had such a run here. A performance and a half on display right now for the NA region. Arguably during a time, too, when we've never seen it more competitive, right? With how many additional top-tier European players we've seen just enter into the conversation as far as NA is concerned. So NA just couldn't be any better right now as far as overall competition is concerned. Braids and Visuals meets their match against Clicks and Veno. And Veno will be saved now by Clicks, who ends up hitting the mark.
Couldn't have asked for a better cleanup crew at this point for the Nuka-Cola to expend as well. Veno, he's back into the action here now. Ample damage above the threshold as well. So Clicks and Veno will have prime opportunity for Veno to regenerate all of his health and as much of his shield as possible. Could possibly even get back to full soon to come. We'll have to wait and see. Up on height, though.
Again.
G-Money and Reciprocal. They want to control, stay perched above the rest of the lobby. At the same time, though, you've got to make sure that you are suppressing that secondary height, lower layers, a couple of wood ramps. They might draw some undesirable attention with these wood builds. At the same time, though, no one's got an opportunity to look up just yet because the mid and low ground layers just smothered with congestion.
I mean, I like that they're at least putting pressure down, though. This is like a learning experience or a learning moment for them compared to the last few times we've seen them up there. So see what they can make with the high ground spot. Meanwhile, Veno Clicks back in the game here. Looking healthy. Peterbot and Boyo running through their layers right now. It's going to be likely a 6th elimination they're trying to pick up right here. All metal being utilized, showing us that Peterbot must have been feeling the pressure of the fight that they were just in. Attacks come in from the distance now, and they will just have to reset here. But 6 elims for Peterbot and Boyo right now. They are rocking their way up the standings here. A big end game right now, and they'll surely be in the conversation to end this week in first place up against Re and Ritual. So the battle is on and the race to the top begins. Meanwhile, Rapid and Batman Booga from the Grim Gate contested, continuing to fight against adversary, find themselves in another end game. Look at this, the tags that they need right now coming together and picking up the loot as well. So an excellent opportunity for Rapid and Batman Booga.
Huge materials refresh on their hands currently. Batman Booga also going to get an opportunity here to rebuild his shield. Clicks, Benno, kind of just watching their back, trying to be very wary of how they're tarping through this mid-ground. They know they've got company nearby. At the same time, likely aiming to try and make a play for height soon enough, and they're not the only ones. Bolts, Bryce, kind of gazing at the skies above. Pollo and Peterbot have worked their way up to the high ground, and this is the pressure that's going to prevent Clicks and Venom from making their move just yet. Trashy and Muzz as well, working through that secondary height. So many players hoping for a chance to just maintain their position towards that front side of the mid-ground, but Pollo and Peterbot, they could go for a materials refresh soon enough. It's only a matter of time before one of them likely to drop. Maybe they look to do it in sync with each other and get a nice build refresh, but again, have to be careful. Rapid, Batman Booga still holding their own. Venno, Clicks lurking around the corners. He's got Peterbot in his sights. Peterbot never had a chance to see it coming. Pollo, though, with the recovery, he's going to crank up, maintain for the time being. That is until Clicks chops him out. Clicks trying to take over alongside Venno, but the Nuka-Cola might be the difference maker here, and sure enough, Clicks, he might have the high ground, but he doesn't have the health to hold it, and Peterbot, he's trying to see if he can work his way back up to the height, but Venno's gonna spot him out. He was trying to reposition, instead gets taken down in the process. A 1-for-1 blow so far, as Pollo will be the lone victor here on the high ground. But that situation, that 2 versus 2 encounter, has definitely left him worse for wear.
That was an extremely high-level battle as well. Both sides recognizing danger above and below, keeping focus on one another. That is exactly what you expect. Mavino continues to put the pressure onto the high ground, making them forced essentially to answer his calls here, and he calls Pollo down, and he finds the elimination. In the end, it's Venno and Clicks who win the final battle there, but it costs them everything, and that's just a fight for ego. And Vito in the end couldn't hide from a Minish there, but giving us a show to say the least here. And now Cam and Minish have a chance here to control high ground while the Titans above have done the damage onto one another here. Lobby starting to cut thin. Higher, solo by himself, Batman Booga in front of him, but Cam still cooking here, jumping down in time to find more and more eliminations. He's up to 8, he's by himself though, it's a 1v1. Where's the last player? He's looking for him, and he's unaware that Virgo is down at the bottom here, misses the first tag, and it's gonna come down to this last one here. They have no time to fail, and in the end, the shots come from below, and he gets pulled into the depths of the seas there.
And the only thing I can't help but wonder, MDF, is all of the med kits that lay just one box below where Cam had previously been situated. I don't know if it wasn't communicated, if he just felt like he didn't have a chance to be able to drop and actually secure them. But those were 4 med kits that were essentially getting passed around since Venno was initially taken down by a Minish, and he dropped 3 on his own. But Virgo, he definitely came up clutch there at the end to win this victory royale here in lobby number 5.
Virgo and Shadow continue to play upsetter for team after team. We saw them have excellent early game battles. They do such a good job fighting at the starts, but this time they finally carry it into victory royale. With that, give us a second. I'm going to go need to find my own shield pot for a second. I'm going to take a quick break.
Game number 5 all wrapped up. And now we only have one game left to go in week number 2. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is NA. And my, oh my, did we just witness 2 Titans go head to head? And I felt like for a moment, Vivid, this was a solo competition because with 4 remaining duos all battling it out, Cam versus Virgo. And in the end, Virgo finds himself the victory royale. So him and Shadow get themselves eliminations and placement points and much needed series points after this last game. I'm telling you, especially going into this final game of the day, you just need that bit of momentum, right? Just that little jump start to your game to really hit home hard.
Oh, yeah, but a huge game for Burger right there. As you mentioned, right? Bunch of solos left to do it. So Burger kind of winning out against all of these solos. It's actually really, really funny that Batman, Booga, and Hire actually eliminate each other right there. They actually trade in the box. So that's why it came down to a 1v1. But Cam, obviously, hindsight, could have just sat in Storm and done absolutely nothing. Would have won the game because Virgo only had 10 HP to work with. So close.
It's so crazy that it came down to those solos there because there was a completely different storyline going over on Hype between Zone 10 and 11. We had Peterbot and Poyo. We had Vino and Clicks fighting each other. At multiple points, they actually switched who had high or not. So I can't wait to see actual highlights from that height take because it is definitely one for the stories. But also, I'm excited to see who is in our leaderboard right now for the top 10 because, of course, we only have one more game to go. Zeke, this day has just flown by.
I know. It's really crazy to think that we've just been sitting here, right? All of us enjoying this Fortnite action. And as we turn our attention back to the standings, look at our top 4. They have not moved. And again, just to think back to last game, to watch Peterbot and Poyo go up against Clicks and Veno. This is what I want to see, right? These are the kind of exchanges that I think could make Fortnite history. And of course, it going a certain way over to Veno. I just could not believe that's kind of how it ended. But for Peterbot and Poyo to see them kind of like just take high ground, I don't think they expected Veno to just very sneakily ramp up to them, Vivid. I don't know what they were thinking.
Well, I can guarantee that they definitely did not expect it, right? Veno got off so much damage early into that little high ground take, and we'll be able to see it here. Veno and Clicks, yeah, they just crouched up a random ramp that they actually found, hit a clean shot, and then that 2v2 just continued for pretty much the entirety of a zone. And it's like 2 separate 1v1s kind of going on amongst each of the teammates. It's so cool.
I love they say 2v2 because I really thought more of it being a 1v1 and then you say that. I mean, literally, Peterbot going for height, gets chopped, drops down to second low at the perfect time, but Poyo staying to high ground, of course, and then the zone pulling over those builds because when you go for height and another team is trying to contest you, you just use up so much materials. But of course, we have to look to the other side of that coin of that fight that we had. Vino and Clicks slowly just creeping over and then the perfect time to try and take height. But noticing that there's actually something wrong. There's Peterbot actually below Poyo there.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Actually, great awareness from Clicks and Veno to kind of catch out that mistake. Very uncharacteristic, actually, of Peterbot and Poyo. Not only are they very, very typically when they get the high ground, they're so good at pressuring the rest of the lobby further and further down, right? Kind of squishing the lobby together. They're usually so good at playing so much pressure that those types of plays are never possible. So not only did they, 1, allow that to happen, but then 2, on top of that, that mistake leading to them not even recognizing a team could sneak up on them. Very, very uncharacteristic, but hey, we got one heck of a play out of it, so I'm happy.
I think it's uncharacteristic because Peterbot and Poyo are used to no one even looking towards height. But at this moment in that game, it looked like Clicks and Vino were trying to take height around the same time that Peterbot and Poyo were trying to take height. So I don't think that there was an opportunity for them to kind of block out the rest of the lobby. So that was why Clicks and Vino had an opportunity right there. Vino even chopping out Poyo from height when he had to drop down as a solo. So, and absolutely, I felt like we were looking at low ground week 1, but on the high ground there because it just felt so chaotic. But our leaderboard, as you said, Zeke, less chaotic because the top 4 teams are still in their respective places. However, the one thing that I noticed, Zeke, is how close Peterbot and Poyo are to taking that first place spot away from Ritual and Reed.
You know, you say that, Kelly, right? And I think that would be interesting to see, but for Reed and Ritual, they're just not slowing down, right? It just doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter what's thrown their way, right? They're still coming out of these situations and have held this #1 spot for most of the day. We only have a single game left to go here, guys. Super quick, rapid fire. What do we need to go? Vivid.
Oh, remember, listen, there's a couple teams out there still fighting for their chance in the upper bracket. To note a couple of those teams, Scented and Walkers, they're currently 41st. They need about 37th, so pay close attention to them. Macwood and Blake, they're currently 34th. They need 27th, so those are some of the big name teams that need to clutch up.
Reed and Ritual just need 4 eliminations in the last game to beat the record for eliminations. And this week, I want it to happen. It's got to be Reed and Ritual. Let's go.
Oh, Fortnite fam, hopefully you feel it's tense. It's tense to say the least. A single game left to go. Remember, we either want to make lower bracket here with our series points or stay in upper bracket to try and compete for a spot to grand finals. 1 game left to go. One last ride. MDF, Taco, over to you.
Thank you guys so much. And sure enough, it is the final countdown, the last lobby of our week 2 quals here before we head into the semifinals action in a few weeks' time. But everybody's so focused, MDF, on what's taking place between first and second. But I don't know, the analysts seem to kind of just graze over the fact Batman Booga, Rapid, only 7-point differential between second and third place there.
Yeah, they really have been, I would say, the standout team, the team that you didn't expect to just continue to remain in the conversation. Let's see if they can continue to do that at the Grim Gate here for the last game of the evening.
Surface level, everybody seeming relatively cool, calm, and collected. But on that same note, MDF, this is almost feeling like the ultimate calm before the storm. Skittles, Chubbs, they're actually going to beat out everybody else on this far east portion of the map. All out fares over the breezy coast. And Doxy Oreo, they've just been having a rough go in all 6 lobbies so far, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better for them here. It's Oliver OG, Craze. They get credit for at least one of those, but they know they're not completely safe just yet. And the action's going to continue to evolve as we head on over to Grim Gate.
I still just can't imagine being triple contested at that drop, but that's a story for another time. Rapid does finally fall in the early game. I mean, you can only be contested so many times before everything doesn't necessarily go in your favor. So this is going to start being on to Batman Booga here. Okus already looking for the side angle. Batman Booga blocks him off here. He's starting to run out of space to work with Buckus. Bucky comes in, and they find the tags, and it is not looking good right now for Batman Booga and Rapid. They get sent back to the lobby, and their tournament evening ends with a dance from Okus and Bucky here. The 50th place team. Oh, man.
And there goes the shutdown dream of trying to take second place on the leaderboard away from
shouldn't have said anything, Taco.
That might actually be a little bit of Caster's curse coming into play. But hey, it's about time that we saw a little bit of something out of the Agent fellas. Bucky and Okus, never want to count them out. Bucky and Okus in general been having a really strong performance throughout the Opens weeks here in Major 3 quals. But Quanti, Yapko, an even better one still. Research, Rock, completely in their favor. Blaha and Mixon down and out for the count.
Near questionable edit right there from Quanti for a second, but take a look how the first elimination goes through. He goes toe-to-toe with Mixon and comes out very much healthy. Meanwhile, we get to jump in with Zaire up against Reed and Ritual. We saw what happened before here at the Reckless Railways, where Reed and Ritual doubled all the way back into the storm to finish off these players here. This is, again, very much personal at the drop. So far, Scissor, Zaire are putting on the pressure here, but Reed answers back, and all of a sudden now he has the advantage, as it has been all night long.
I mean, I see Scissor, but this is an odd spot for sure. Looking like a couple of solos, and now one more duo going to join the fray here. Ritual Reet is scattered out. Too much company for their liking. They're trying to reposition. They haven't actually had an opportunity to farm up like they like to. School and Jagvier trying to see if they can come out on top with all the madness that's ensued here at the Reckless Railway so far. They've got Reet on the ropes currently. Reet trying to do what he can to outplay School here, but there's just too much of an HP differential. And School with an elimination onto Reet. Jagvier as well, cleaning off Zaire. But you see Scissor, I'm looking around for where Chimp was last located. Okay,
Was that Reet and Ritual, or was that just Reet who got trapped here?
Initially seemed like just Reet.
So I see a solo. Yeah, I see a solo to the north by the railways, and then of course we saw one player escape. Take a look at him revise here, breaking his way through with the Nitro, newly revised Nitro, and then tries to get in on Vorteca here. Does end up making it happen, and you see it's the little things like that. You do have to damage those walls now before you try to break your way through, given the new damage adjustments. Peterbot and Pollo on the other side of the red line rig. Very much calm and cool down here. No teams have rotated this way. It makes sense given the zones landed right on top of them. So they're going to have a hard time with Surge if they don't get moving here shortly.
Big fight taking place right now between Tace and Iamzo. Bacon and Zooks. Bacon, Zooks. They definitely need to either hold their ground or just pick off either Tace and Iamzo, ideally both. They're looking to try and convert a strong endgame performance here to close out the last lobby of the day here. Could definitely help elevate their position in the leaderboards, but the split maneuver from Iamzo and Tayson maybe just hoping that Zooks and Bacon lost sight of where he was at. Sure enough, lining up the shots here onto Zooks. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect. He'll be forced to break that rock, start walling himself off, refarming some mats along the way, but determined still to try and possibly take this engagement up against the likes of Zooks and Bacon. All the while, Iamzo trying to just hold down some good coverage line of sights here. So that's going to make it possible for Tayson to kind of just get away without any further pursuit there.
I was looking for angles, not going to find any just yet, but it's not looking too good for Vino right now, who is starting to get collapsed on. Where's his teammate? Has Clicks arrived in time? Looks like it. Vino turns things around, and good comms here from the duo. Click swings underneath for a separate angle. Muzz got his teammate up on the high ground right now, putting pressure on to the low ground. Very, very dangerous type of play style for Vino and Clicks here. It does seem like more and more duos are starting to pick up on the fact that they are playing separately like this.
I think it's also more so the fact that Muzz and Trashy seemingly probably want this forecast tower for themselves. That's really what Veno and Clicks are trying to defend currently. But again, knowing that Muzz and Trashy are so close behind, it's not going to give an opening just yet for Veno or Clicks to deal with those forecast guards. Again, you just want to be cautious. You want to make sure that you can play out this final game. They were holding down that fourth place position, I believe, on the leaderboard. Miro and Pink, on the other hand, a little bit further down today's leaderboard, currently sitting in 19th. But Nerface and Sid have definitely had a rough go throughout today's lobbies. And Miro, Pink, you can tell how clearly they want this engagement to pan out in their favor, just trying to establish as much early surge as possible.
Seen a couple moments of greatness from Miro and Pink. Not enough just yet to have them be the talk of the town. But it's a team like this, you know, that'll pop in, show up to grand finals, and all of a sudden have that weekend, right? The weekend that we know they're capable of. Don't put it past any of these top tier duos to show out.
You tell Miro finding it a bit bothersome. Those teams hovering towards Pleasant Piazza that were trying to have a little bit of that third-party interference, trying to get some freebie tags while Miro and Pink are preoccupied dealing with Nerface and Sid. But Ritual, again, are leaderboard leaders. But this is a very rough situation that Ritual finds himself in, and Cam Aminish, they just got second in the last lobby. They want to ensure that Ritual and Reet are down and out for the count entirely. If they can pick off Ritual here. I like this crouch, though, from Ritual. Sneaky. He could sabotage Cam and Aminish pretty heavily if they're not careful.
They're thinking he passed the drop, and now that they don't see any bills out there, they're wondering if he's inside, but he's already skating off to the side, so.
Getting the slip.
I like it. Complete outmaneuver there, but Tiz North, though, has to be careful. It's a team inside the bunker, so as long as they're on the ground, they're not going to pose a threat just yet, but Ritual does seem to have given them the old escape, and Aminish and Cam have no idea where he could have gone. Little do they know. It's already over.
Man, if that ends up being the moment, though, where Ritual just goes for some kind of godsend run, gets the reboot van off,
I'm not even sure he has the card. I'm not even sure he had time to go back to get the card. Like, he was so far away. I mean, they were giving chase, so they could have been sitting on the reboot card for all we know, but. Well, time will tell.
But if he does do it, that would just be absurd at this point.
Well, they have to hold their first place spot, right? If Ritual falls now, let's be honest, Peter Bottom Boy over the top 10.
Oh, they'll never hear the end of it. That's the other problem. You know, Peter Bottom Pollo is going to mess with them along with everybody else if they manage to close out week 2 here. But yeah, this is part of the problem. We saw Jagvir and School earlier on. They were the big third party that initially intervened. The 2 solos that Reet and Ritual have been trying to tackle at the start of this. And now Ritual, he wants to get to Reet's reboot card, but School and Jagvir, they are just sitting tight. They know Ritual wants to wrap back around for it, but Ritual may be able to have to just swallow the pill that is, he's just going to have to play this one out as a solo.
Do keep in mind, this was, what, 3 zones ago? So yes. They are really committed to making sure Ritual doesn't get this pickup right now. And Ritual's trying to do his due diligence, is trying to read the zone here, but one false move and that'll be it. Jagvir and School don't recognize the fact that there is a fresh duo here, and Aminish and company might have actually caught wind that there's a fresh team here. And here it is. The pickup does come through. It's a different player, though, and Jagvir and Cam are probably left dumbfounded right now. Like, what is going on right here? It's a whole different team. So 3 teams here now, including Ritual, who's rotating out of the drop, looking back as if he dodged a virtual bullet here. Recognizes that that was not the place to be now. And hey, look, Jagvir and School get what they wanted. May not have been exactly to the script, but they found the elimination that they were at least looking for some points here.
Yeah, but from hunter to hunted is the situation currently for Cam. Aminish still left standing there at Reckless Railways, but Scissor, having utilized that reboot van to bring Chimp back, it's going to be tough, I think, for any of those parties to fare much better here. And sure enough, Scissor, it's not going to be left standing for much longer. Just too difficult of a situation to actually come out on top from. But at the same time, that could be a bit of a saving grace there for Ritual. At the very least, so much commotion has taken place from everyone else that he's probably managed to just slip on by.
Kanata and Cooper fishing for tags right now, given that they've had problems with the Storm Surge before.
With the ammo, though.
Yeah, running really light here. I'm not sure if that's telling us that they've been trying to find damage or they just have time to loot. Something is wearing pretty heavy on them at the moment. Muzz and Trashy right now with the outskirts rotate. I approve of this one right here. A fresh team, Pink and Miro here on the move to the left side. Shots go in, forcing them to block up, but they don't want to play with this zone here. Can't really mess with it at the moment. This is a great find here.
That is until Muzz's shields got dinged by what I'd assume to be either Miro or Pink, confirming those tags. And that's going to call for a slight pause there for Muzz and Trashy, really just trying to gauge whether or not it's worth trying to take that launch pad with Miro and Pink so close by. But Pink and Miro rotating out of Karen's crossing. Curious whether or not, well, a couple of weapons bunker potential spawns that they have nearby, their initial drop is something that they've been able to take advantage of throughout the course of today's matches. Regardless, though, with so many other players kind of encroaching on their position, they're definitely going to want to play things smart. And Ritual putting on the greatest facade of all time. This is looking like the search tower of a duo, not just a single player left to his own devices. And Ritual, he's not even risking it. He could go for tags at this point, but he knows if he draws too much attention, it might be the wrong sort of attention.
Then there's always that idea, like, is that the team that was camping my card? You know, like you don't want those guys finding out where you're at.
That was pretty devious, though, of School and Yagvir. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, final
sure
lobby,
how I feel about that.
and they're sitting on the reboot card there.
And Bucky's play too. We're not gonna talk about it. We're gonna let those rock. This is great tags right here from Vino and Clicks. Body tag is gonna put them right above. They'll have 40 seconds before this surge turns online. This is Mason Hound. Mason Hound had such a great 3-game run and then just fizzled out of all momentum. I know they're sitting there thinking about what they could have done better, but there's still a redeeming game right here in front of them. You know, I always say that it only takes 4 really good Fortnite games to be up at the top, likely in the top 3. So for Mason and Hound, they still have a chance. They've gotten 3 in the books. They just need 1 more.
And I don't necessarily want to call it radio silence on their part either, because when you think about what surrounds them, again, Reclaim Villa, Sandy Strip, a very difficult area to actually rotate out of successfully, because sure, you've got one launch pad super far west on the map near that drop point, but you also have to deal with Clicks and Veno, Muzz and Trashy, potentially Pink and Miro as well, and just that sort of trio of an assortment would be problematic for any season vets to deal with. But now School, Yagvir, it seems like they want to finish what they started. They've got Ritual on the run currently, and Ritual, he does at least have a medkit to tank a bit of Storm for right now, but just such a heavy cost.
And I just want to
School and
actually,
Yagvir.
I was just going to say, just to jump back really, Clicks and Vino, they have the forecast out. I just realized they were dead center because of the forecast out. So if they win this last game, that'll be very interesting for this overall standings as well. Look at Ritual go right now, just cooking on the wide rotate here. I want to see what his damage thresholds are looking like come the end of this Storm phase right here. That'll determine a lot for this end game as things start to pick up here. team that has no problem right now. Peterborough and Boyo, 600 above, no eliminations, but they're just keeping it close for us. And they're on the congested side. The southern eastern area here has flocks of players starting to move in now, and look at that stack happening there. Talking about the teams needing to fight. Vino and Clicks choose the duo that was right above them. This was Noisy and company. I believe Tony and Noisy, yeah, they needed this fight. I love that they took the fight early before the zone even closed and a surge turned on, instead of looking and fishing for tags, recognizing that there was nowhere in sight. That's like kind of the pros and cons of having a reboot, right? Or the forecast tower.
But that's the other thing that could potentially work against Clicks and Venom if they're not careful. Other teams looking to maybe try and follow in their footsteps. They might be able to scout out the fact, just based on the way that Clicks and Venom are rotating, whether or not they might have that knowledge that the forecast provides. So
Yeah, look at them go.
Surprised to see other players trail them. And yeah, this is a really nice wraparound strat so far from Clicks and Venom. Rather isolated position currently, but again, while there's a little bit of a lull in action for these two, Peterbot and Pollo just continue to try and decimate the rest of the lobby here. Bacon doesn't get an opportunity to heal. Wall's completely taken, just such a heavy fire rate, and Ritual will finally go down. Of course it's going to be School and Yagvir right behind him.
So unfortunate. Like, if all the players you're going to get taken on to, these are the players that take you down. It's going to be salt in the wound.
They were never
right
going to
here.
let it go, man. They were never going to let it go.
Just salt in the wound for sure. But the game goes on. Jagbeard and School having their best game that they've had on the evening. At least they have something to brag about for this game 6 right here. Take a look at the zone. A reflection of a far pull to the congested side. Very few teams had to move right here, and this is why the player count hasn't really dropped. And we're looking at a surge online at the moment. Mason's finding his. Peterbot and Boyo looking for more.
I like the attention towards the high ground, though. Peterbot and Pollo just trying to jump whatever ramps they can. At the same time, Zooks, they already got Bacon. They spotted out that Zooks is a lone wolf. And sure enough, they're actually not going to get the elimination credit, but they will get all of the benefits from up above. Just chopping the floor. All that loot, all those goodies now at Peterbot and Pollo's feet, and could not have come at a better time. Pollo, unfortunately, not going to remain a participant for the rest of this course of action here, but at the same time, it might be just good enough here. Muzz will take that freebie as it stands. He's a solo, so we'll let him have that one.
Peterbot had a chance for first. Now it's just looking pretty dire here. Muzz is like, hold up, bro. I think I got a refresher here. Let me see if I can go grab that.
He at least wants the points, that's for
I like
sure.
this. Peterbot with the bait, throws the body back, finds attack onto Muzz, and now turning all things back.
Still, though, having to work through ultimate low ground. So many other teams kind of situated just a layer or two above Clicks in the 1 versus 2 of his life right now up against the likes of Tayson and Iamzo at that. His last shield potion going to come into effect. Still has a singular Nuka-Cola to work with as well, though, and Iamzo, Tayson, they're going to keep watching their backs. They're waiting for Clicks to continue trying to aggress into their walls, but Tayson, the nice side jump over, gets a good chunk out of Clicks' HP, and that shield damage is more than enough to warrant Clicks having to fall back just a moment longer.
Visuals and Braids on high ground here. We've seen them attempt this before. This time, the base looking a lot stronger for them. Still, though, same situation as before. They're not necessarily too comfortable on the damage here, but let's see what they can make happen. As they land right above the solo player there. Click still cooking as well as he's trying to get to the front side of zone here. Now, do keep in mind, he has all the knowledge, right, of these storms here. As long as he positions himself well, he could make a top 10. But into the box, Kanata and Cooper go. Momentum carrying them right through Clicks there. And that's going to be the end for them. Meanwhile, Mason and Hal trying to get that extra victory royale here. They've done it once today. The first time they've ever gotten a win inside a set lobby. Can they go 2 for 6 is the question here.
Well, all circumstances considered, MDF, we're looking at a very hurt Peterbot. It's Peterbot, no Poyo. There's no Reet and Ritual, no Clicks or Veno. The high ground definitely seeming like it could be fully in control there. Pound and Mason, they play their chips well, but Peterbot still holding down this mid-ground turf. He's not willing to give up this layer just yet. Nitro Splash gonna be expended as he now continues his charge forward, wants to try and maintain a strong position towards the front side of the zone. Bryce, on the other hand, playing from the backside. Gonna actually opt to use a medkit, not exclusively for placements, but just hoping that if he staggers himself this far behind everyone else, he might be able to pick up a late straggler. Dukes and Spinks all the while. They've got the elimination on Javier, but no opportunity to heal through it. Duke's going to throw out his final medkit. So Spinks also spotting out Curly.
What is happening?
Both players just too focused on opting to use those medkits instead of fighting.
Too many players playing for the heal off right now. You can see they're just stretching as many points as possible right now due to the fact that series points are, of course, on the line here. Every single opportunity matters for Visual and Braze. They've lost the high ground. They did not have enough material to maintain it. Cooper and Kanata here are one of the few strong standing duos that are live right now. And they could definitely win this game here. And now, Mason falls. Hound is by himself. Some weird land to play with, but Cooper and Kanata find their way through it. And up they go. This is it. Opportunity starting to open for themselves. Peterbot's still going here. He just needs 15 points to go ahead and close the gap onto first place and do it by himself against all odds. Can he get the Elim here onto Curly? Whips both the Elims there and finds the points with the elimination. The mats are going to be welcomed here as well. And another duo inside the box here, ripping through Kanata and Cooper there. And Peterbot is just tearing it up right now.
The fact that he is a lone man on a mission, whether or not that was enough points, we'll find out later on. But Sentinel and Walkers, they needed a massive game to close off today because they were definitely looking to be in a rather threatening position as far as semis, uppers, and lowers are concerned. And right now, this could be their moment. Rigby gonna knock Sentin. Mordecai still got room to work with, but at the same time, Cooper, he could find this. It's a winnable one, but it's not going to be easy by any means. Cooper, out of desperation, trying to break through the walls, but didn't have any heals left. A very substantial difference as far as health and healing was concerned. And Rigby and Mordecai going to find their first victory royale here on the day in lobby number 6.
That's insane. I had no idea Cooper was still alive there for a second as he was just healing there, moving back and forth. But hey, you know what? A new team does win that game there. Shout outs to Rigby and Mordecai. Likely will make a difference, at least on where they end this weekend off here today. Big dubs there. And honestly, we saw new teams get their first wins on the FNCS stage. What a moment to celebrate.
I think the real difference maker here was just how many of our top leaderboard players just found themselves early eliminated, and that made all the difference as far as high ground was concerned. A lot of hot potato pass around, but again, Mordecai and Rigby just doing an excellent job at confirming this final victory royale of the day. And again, it's reason to celebrate.
Yeah, you have to be happy about those wins right there. Mordecai and Rigby get that Game 6 win here for the second qualifier. Taco, what a way for them to go ahead and close things out. And with that, that's going to conclude it from us here, your casters, Monster D-Face, and of course the best Taco. It was a pleasure bringing you guys the action. And to bring us on home, we're going to toss it over to Zeke and the analyst to give us the update.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness. When you guys see these standings, you're going to lose it. We'll get there in a moment because first off,
lost.
Mordecai, Rigby, you already look. Stop, baby. You can't spoil it. Mordecai, Rigby, they get themselves the victory royale in game number 6 and paired up with the 7 eliminations. It's not over until it's over. And remember, we're looking to continue the FNCS dream. We're either trying to make it into lower brackets, or if we're already there, we're trying to make it up into the upper brackets, and doing so basically by the end of the day, wherever we place, we get series points. For the duo, though, this is really big, right? Because this could either put them into the lower bracket, or put maybe in some crazy universe, put them into the upper bracket. We'll see momentarily, but still, for the duo, this is huge.
I mean, for Mordecai and Rigby, though, already secured into the lower bracket. I don't think they can actually pick up enough points to go ahead and get themselves into the upper bracket today. So still going to be a lower bracket, even after the incredible game number 6 win right there. But I mean, like, still, that's going to be such a confidence booster, right? I mean, showing up in one of these lobbies, winning a game, going into lower bracket in a couple of weeks, you're going to be feeling confident.
I mean, that performance from Mordecai and Rigby there was just a regular showing of how to hold high ground, totally dropping down, then taking the win against the lower game team. So congratulations to them. And even if that is not enough points to make into the upper bracket, they should be proud of themselves.
Okay. Let's talk about the standing. Let's talk about who won it all. So, Zeke, Reen Ritual, man, they've been like locking it down all day, right? They won the whole day. You're right. In an alternate universe, because that's not what happened here. In game number 6, we saw a solo clutch that literally changed everything from Peterbot and Poyo. For Peterbot to solo clutch this, to end that in a top 5 situation, was the difference maker and enough to finally dethrone Reet and Ritual in the final game, in the final moments of week number 2. Vivid, this is what we live for.
Well, I mean, hey, listen, at the end of the day, we play 6 games, right? And yeah, Reet and Ritual, after 4 games, they had almost 100-point lead, but those last 2 were costly. Peterbot and Poyo putting up 2 pretty good performances last game, and Reet and Ritual not really putting up much points in those last 2 games. Going to be giving up first place. Now, ultimately, Kelly, first place, second place, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, both of these teams are going to be qualified for the upper bracket. But, a sense of accomplishment, right? A little bit of some talking. You can be able to talk it up a little bit that you won the qualifier. I mean, Peterbot and Poyo, they got to be feeling good.
Well, I feel like especially making a showing this week after their insane run in Major 2, and then, a semi-lackluster performance in Qualifier 1 where they didn't make it into round 4. This is what they needed to show everyone that they are still the top dogs in the North American region. But of course, I do have to give some love to Ritual and Reet in second place, Batman Booga and Rapid in third. And then, I know, I had to say it, Kanata and Cooper, another team that didn't make it through the qualifiers, making it all the way up into 4th place, going up 4 placements in the final game. That in itself is a feat.
Yeah, incredible stuff, right? I mean, we saw some crazy domination out of Clix and Vino and qualifier number 1. And it's just great to see these other teams like Kanata and Cooper and Peterbot and Poyo kind of rejoin the conversation by making it to round 4. And then both of those teams showing up into the top 4. That's incredible stuff. I mean, that sets us up so well for what we can imagine we'll be able to see in grand finals. All of these teams kind of going head to head. And I can tell you, after watching today, I feel like in grand finals, that's if the meta kind of doesn't change between now and then. We do have some time before grand finals actually happens, but